Welcome to your monthly installment of your dearest streamer that you care about so very much is in pain. Which is why I had that. Which is why I had that piece commissioned. Because that's what I think about whenever I'm in pain, and it helps. It helps me. But welcome on in, guys. I've made myself some naan bread so I can have some breakfast. Actually, fun fact, I didn't realize the time until it was exactly 9 o'clock, and I was like, oh fuck, I should be at my computer already. But always happy to see you all. Hello everyone. I'm super cool and rad, and thank you for saying that. How are things going? Things are going great for me. I've got a lot of commission work being done, and you'll get to see that eventually. Eventually. A couple of them are like important things for stream stuff. The other one is just a cute little art piece that I wanted. But you know, my dream is to have like as extensive of a collection of artwork of my character as I do of all my other favorite characters. Like I got a shoebox full of stuff. I've got this like sleeve just full of posters. Like there is weight to my pile of posters at this point. I spent a lot of money on that shit. I spend a lot of money on art. I do. And one day I'll be able to put it all up somewhere. One day. But as of right now, I've only got a couple of things actually displayed. Because I don't want to just hang everything up on the wall with blue tack and then accidentally like destroy anything. Could have done that before, and I fucking hate when my posters bend, because the kind of posters that I buy are like photographic prints, so they bend really easily. Hi Zedius. Guys, you have no fucking clue how much I miss you. See? Of course, I do love you. I missed you. I missed you. Hi Zedius, did you, No, quite legitimately, I missed you. I was on call with Mupai yesterday, and I was going, oh man, none of my regulars have shown up to my investigation stream. It's really sad. Zedius isn't there, and Crispy isn't there, and Zamoon isn't there, and I'm so sad. I'm so lonely. I'm so very lonely, you know? This is me today. You've been having a break so you can sleep more? I mean, that's fair. That's fair, yeah. Look man, it's not my fault that I live in cool, awesome country, where it's daytime right now, and you live in nighttime. Daytime that I don't get to experience because I have no windows, but you know. Daytime nonetheless. We're gonna have just chatting until I finish eating because I need to get food in me. And we run the risk of me not stopping in the middle of this to eat, so that's why I'm doing it now. It's also a distraction. It's a distraction. What have I been doing? I've been planning a lot of things for next year. The streaming things. I have plans. I have plans. I have lots of plans. Plans that require money, but we'll get to that when we get to that. My brain's not working. My brain is not working. Do you guys remember the way I was, like, stream a month ago? Same thing. That's why I've got It's okay, guys. I'm okay. I'm okay. I swear, I'm okay. This is normal. This is natural. I'm okay. I'm like totally cool and stuff. Totally cool. Totally cool. Totally cool. Yeah. 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 Hence the it not being Chronicle's fault is hence why I have this art piece of making fullback keel over in pen. That's the whole point of that art piece. It makes me feel better, okay? It makes me feel better about myself. Oh. I'm okay. I'm a strong man. I'm a strong, manly, masculine man. I'm so strong. And I'm so smart. I've been so smart. Investigations has been making me feel so smart. So smart. I'm actually really enjoying this game. Like, I love hanging out with Edgeworth, and I love hanging out with Gumshoe. I'm like, oh man, it's so good. 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 You know what it is? You use that emote so much that I've had people shit me down and explain to me what that emote is meant to mean. That's how much you use it, and that's how unclear about Twitch culture I am. Because I don't really watch streamers actually. Like, I've got a few that I like watching, but I don't necessarily like watch a lot, so I don't know nothing. All I know is Twitch emotes, unless like And this is like sub emotes. They're fucking ugly. I don't like them. Like, I've got a very different opinion on what's like funny and cute and stuff. I'm trying to think of things to talk about. To die. What's a good thing to talk about? Because if I start talking about the things that I want to talk about, I know you know what the fuck I'm going on about. Babe, we'll be here for too long, and I'll get too excited. I guess one thing I could mention. Discord on my tablet fucking sucks. Like, if I minimize the app or turn off the screen, the microphone doesn't work, the screen share doesn't work. It's fucking shit. You're obsessed with Terraria lately? I've never played Terraria. Election season. That's not until next year for me. I should play Terraria. I'm pretty sure we do own a copy of it. I've just never played anything like that. I mean, it's not necessarily that I'll hate it. Like, you don't know my taste in games. I haven't told you my taste in games. It is the PC version. We barely have any games on the Switch. We got most games on the PC. But anyway, you don't know my taste in games. Yes, I'm particular. And yes, I have a trouble getting into new media. But my taste is fine. I've got good taste. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? The mobile Switch versions are vastly different from the PC. That's weird. It's kind of weird. But no, anyway, I don't really know anything about Terraria. Like, I've seen people play it before, but not in a substantial sense. Never mind, that doesn't make any, that doesn't matter. Dude, it's almost done! But with each stream, we are inching ever closer to the finale of this game. And you know what that means? That means we'll be playing something else then. I will have to abandon my identity as the Ace Attorney guy, the guy who plays Ace Attorney, and find something new to do with my life. Scary, really. It'll be an emotional journey, really. Anyway, I'm prepared. I think I am. Play Terraria? Maybe. I don't know, is it a game with like quests and shit? Like things to actually tell me what to do? Because if not, if it's a sandbox game, then that's gonna fuck me up. I can't do sandboxes. Like, I hate them in, like, D&D and shit. I want to be railroaded, you know? Because I have no creativity. Yeah, progression, but you kind of just have to figure it out. Yeah, sandboxy. But I want to be railroaded! I swear to fucking God, when I was lying down in bed, I was feeling fine, but now that I've, like, sat up and I'm doing things, it's all coming back. Yeah, boss's trophy. I have heard about that. That's not really progression, is it? Like I'm someone who needs, like, clear, exact goals. Otherwise, I just have no fucking clue what to do. I need direction and instruction. Which is why I hate when people say, just do whatever you want. Because I don't know what I want to do. Fuck, how am I supposed to know? Why don't you tell me what you want me to do and I'll do that? That's way cooler if you ask me. I'm trying so hard to be interesting, but it's really difficult. Brain no work. Brain no work, but as the school infirmary always said, if you're well enough to be in your phone, you're well enough to go back to class. Which, bullshit. Bull fucking shit. Those are two very different activities that require two very different levels of brain power, but I am here nonetheless. Although, I want to think, I mean, you can't hear that, right? I don't think you can. It's just that if I turn it off, I fear that, that I'll start getting too hot and then I'll have to turn it back on again. Yeah, that's fine. Last piece. So, how are you guys? How's your day going? Have you considered that I'm the coolest dude in the world? I bet you haven't. Okay, game time. I'm shit just saying, I really am. My life isn't interesting enough to talk about. What, you want me to just sit here and tell you all about how I've been thinking about Northern clergy a whole fucking lot? And how, like, I need to write about them, like, immediately, but I don't know what to write about, which is what's stumping me about that. Like, I wrote one thing, and that was pretty cool, but I want to write something different and longer. I need to write about Northern being sad, because Northern's a sad guy. He's pretty sad. I like an old man that's pretty sad. I like a good sad man. I could... Look, I stayed up. I stayed up talking about them till 3 AM. And I am slowly losing my mind. Because I need more people to talk about it with, but there is no more people to talk about it with. This is the pain and suffering that I feel with everything new that I get interested in. I suffer in silence because no one cared about my vampires. But they would, they're so cool, and if they just gave it a chance, I know. I'm a strong boy. I am so strong. I am the coolest person in the entire universe, and I deserve a website. I'm so cool because I have a website. Oh, website. I've got a website, and that makes me the coolest guy in the world. I've got a website. I have a website. That's my pep talk to myself. That's my websites are very important, as you all know. Having a website, great for business. It tells me and the masses that I'm super cool if I got a website. Get yourself a website, and your self-esteem will go up tenfold. Trust me. The guy with a website. It's not really a website, but. Hi, Miles. Hi, Miles. How you going, Miles? Did you miss me, Miles? No? Damn it. I'm pretty sure. Tutorial? Yes, I know there's things in the gallery, but I don't need to see them yet. We've done tutorial. We've done the next one, and then we've done the next one. So I think we should be up to the 4th one. Does that mean we're almost done? Or is there 5 in this? I don't remember, and I don't feel like Googling it. So we're just gonna see how things go. And if we reach the end credits today, then then that happens. Or I might have to fuck off because I feel okay, Faraday! I was ready to smoke the young lady who calls herself the second Yatakarasu. The piece of cloth that she just conjured up has taken me back too many years ago. Sorry, I was definitely prepared to be talking there. The 7-year time gap. Everyone loves a good 7-year time gap. Hi, Judge. It's been a long time since I saw you. You! Yeah, that's right. I did it. I killed the guy. But it was the great thief, Yatakarasu, that told me to do it. I asked the defendant. Just what exactly are you trying to do? Did you get it? I know the true identity of Yatakarasu. That lady. I recognize her from fan art. Yatakarasu is the man standing over there on the prosecutor's bench. Are you saying that I am Yatakarasu? Don't you dare try to deny it. You told me to kill them. Whatever. Are you claiming that Mr. Faraday is Yatakarasu? Well, I think Your Honor, please listen to me. You're all talking too fast for me to rereading this shit. Hi, Mr. Faraday. In accordance with the defendant's accusation, A new prosecutor shall be called to replace Mr. Faraday. This court will be in recess until the new prosecutor is ready. And the more I want you to play this game, the more you're spoiling it for yourself. I mean, yes. That is why none of my friends are here to hang out with me while I play it. It's because they don't— oh my god! Sorry. I just looked over at Edgeworth. Anyway, that's not why no one's here to have me play this. Because they want to play it themselves and don't get spoilers, and it's like anyway, ZDS, I don't know. Cool guys, support their cool streamers. Oh, you think I'm lame? Damn. Anyway, hi Bratworth. Oh my god. Oh my god, look at him. That baby's fat still hasn't left his cheeks. Urgh. Squishy, 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 squishy. Squishy, squishy, squishy. Squishy, squishy, squishy. Squishy, squishy, squishy. Squishy, squishy. Squishy, squishy, squishy. How old are you in this? Right now, how old are you, Edgeworth? So I know I have an understanding, a clear understanding of the timeline here, because this implies yes, your first year or so of prosecuting, you being Bratworth and all, whom I've heard so much about from various sources that I shall not repeat here. Is this a button or are these like rope things? Because the lack of a line implies that it's like a button and it's just stylized to look like it's wrapped around it. Why am I stalling? Anyway, hi Edgeworth. Hi Edgeworth. Hi Edgeworth. Hi Edgeworth. Look at your nose. Look at him and his eye. Okay, look, he's being impatient. I should... My brain, my brain, my brain. It's almost time for me to enter the courtroom. And so it is that my first assignment as a prosecutor will be as a replacement for a prosecutor who has been accused by the defendant. Okay, good. So you're like 20, which means that main timeline back to where we're doing the 27. So good. Okay, that helps. I did think you were 27. That's okay. Hi, 20-year-old Edgeworth. You're so cute. Edgeworth? Oh! Hi. What voice did I give on camera? I don't remember. I can't do old man. Hi. Sir. God. Wow. Wow, it's been a long time. Sir. Holy shit, you have earrings? I didn't know you had earrings. Have you read all of the documents regarding this trial? Yes, sir. I've memorized everything there is to know. Very good. The paperwork for the prosecutor's substitution is just about complete. Edgeworth. Always bear in mind that as your mentor, I, Manfred von Karma, will accept nothing short of perfection. I can't believe they stole the meat off of his hands. His fingers are so thin now. I understand, sir. To have the chance to stand in court at such an early stage in my career, I am honoured and proud. As I have watched over your studies, I am giving you this very rare chance. Prove yourself. Crush the defendant's pathetic lies into oblivion. Yes, sir. That such a legendary prosecutor will be watching and judging my performance. I have to be perfect in every way, and this is definitely not a trauma response. God. Look at you two. It's weird that you're matchy-matchy. It's like kind of creepy, actually. Kind of creepy. Oh my god. Edgeworth, you're taller than him? Oh wow, okay. I didn't realize that. He looks so good. I'm sorry, but he looks great. Like, can we talk about how amazing his jacket is? Like, I love it a lot, actually. And, oh, perspective. I'm just too excited to be playing the game. A bookshelf. A bookshelf. Compendium of the Law for Beginners. I don't have time to read this and second guess myself now. Well, we'll be fine. I will resume shortly. Please wait a moment, sir. Was already aware of that. Shortly in a moment. Which one is it? Shortly or in a moment, which one is it? Be specific. Aw, look, that's autism. That's autism. Autistic man, I love him. What's this? There should lead to the defendant lobbies. Edgeworth! Where's your composure? If you wish to take a look at your enemy, do so in the courtroom as you crush him. Is that the worst version of Fanzeeks? Ah. I mean, look, the age difference is just ridiculous if you think about it. Oh look, it's a bunch of different judges. Anyway. The model of the courthouse. It's pretty well constructed. Hands and a face. Don't tell me this thing transforms. Yet, I wonder, for what other purpose could they have been made? That's ridiculous, but okay. Anyway, hi, sir. Today's trial should have ended just in 1 minute. Because the defendant was picked up by the security camera, correct? Exactly. The killer had the gall to say that he only killed because he was instructed to do so. Even more outrageous is his claim that the case prosecutor Brian Faraday gave the order. I mean, he doesn't look like a trustworthy motherfucker in this picture, so I kind of get it. Faraday is such a fool. He's been cornered by his very own prey. Sir, are you an acquaintance of Mr. Brian Faraday? He is a pathetic man who speaks nothing but nonsense. Nonsense. He once tried to explain to me a way of punishing those who cannot be brought to court. Those who cannot be brought to court? That is nonsense for a man, for no man is above the law. Well, there are always a few exceptions. I say, thinking about that. One man. My Batman! You'll get one day, Edgeworth. I'm sure of it. However, there is no reason to even deal with such individuals. A prosecutor is a guardian of the court, one with no obligation to outside matters. Thus, there is no reason to deal with such individuals, I say. Edgeworth, disgracing yourself as Faraday has will not be forgiven. Have no fear. I will not let you down, sir. In place of the accused, Prosecutor Brian Faraday, I'll prove the defendant's guilt. Oh, he's got a little smile because he's so excited. Oh. Very well, good. I've secured an hour of recess for you to prepare, so do just that. Show them all the power of Von Karma, even though I refuse to ever let you have my last name because I hate you. So, have you archived a firm understanding of the case? Yes, sir. I have memorized everything that is written down in the case files. Well then, explain the case to me. I want to see if you really know what you're talking about. Understood. Ooh, pretty. The murder was committed on September 8th in front of the Kodopian embassy. Yes, Edgeworth, I'm very sure the victim is in fact a dead man. It's like the laziest one yet. Would it be pronounced Dade man there? Dade? There's like, oh god, there's this guy that died. He needs a name. I know. Dead. That's all he ever was and all he ever will be. Dead man. The victim, Mr. Dade Mann, was a staff member at the embassy. The defendant in this case, Mackerel, was held for questioning the night of the incident as he was deemed suspicious. He was quickly placed under arrest for possession of the murder weapon, a gun. Furthermore, at the time of the murder, the great thief Yatagarasu had successfully infiltrated the Kodopian embassy as well. At first, Rel claimed that he himself was Yatagarasu, but that he did not kill dead men. I wonder what he expected to gain from such a desperate lie. It is possible that he wants to go down while in the spotlight, if he is found guilty. There is truly no limit to people's nature. But I digress. Continue, Edgeworth. Yes, sir. During the trial, the prosecution presented the security footage that captured the murder. The footage clearly showed Mr. Rel as the murderer. The act of Mr. Rel firing the gun could be clearly seen from the visitors' gallery. Upon seeing that, the defendant retracted his statement and admitted to the murder. I did it because I was told to, by the real Yatagarasu, Brian Faraday. That sounds about right. However, you've forgotten one thing. While this may appear to simply be the murder of a Kodopian embassy staff member, people were actually referring to it as the second KG8 incident. The second KG8 incident. I'm very sorry, sir. I fear I have failed to study hard enough. Oh, Edgeworth. I'm gonna sit him down and take him to lunch. Oh, Edgeworth! I'll write about you and your trauma someday. Well, even among the police, it's information that only a select few are privy to. Could you please enlighten me, sir? So, what do you mean by the second KG8 incident? In order for me to tell you that, you must first learn about the original case. Take a look at these documents. This is a 3-year-old newspaper. You have heard of the Amano Group scandal before, correct? Yes, I have. The secretary of Ernest Amano, the Amano Group's director, was arrested under suspicion of smuggling. Correct. CCU was an employee of the Amano Group and the sole witness to the smuggling operation. It was she who brought the crime to light. However, Miss Yu was silenced before she could testify in court. Wasn't a Kodapian embassy staff member arrested for murder? Yes. A Kodapian by the name of Manny Kochin was the suspect. However, due to a lack of evidence, the case went unresolved. A lack of evidence? If only I was in charge of that case. I would have done everything in my power to prove his guilt. To make sure that all criminals are found guilty. My mentor really is dedicated. Don't praise him like that, please. That's gross and weird, and your relationship with each other is concerning. Faraday was the prosecutor at the case then, and he was as pathetic as ever. Mr. Faraday was in charge of the KG8 incident as well. That's right. And now, once again, the victim of the case you are currently assigned to was someone who was scheduled to testify against that smuggling organization. And just like that, just like last time, the victim was murdered right before he could testify. Their relationship definitely has no issues whatsoever. You're catching on. The victim was murdered just before his day in court against the smuggling organization. Events are occurring almost exactly the same way as they did in the KG8 incident. So that's why it's being called the second KG8 incident. Yes. Yet, there is no difference, but there is one difference between the two incidents. What would that be? The so-called noble thief that is sending everyone into an uproar. The great thief Yatagarasu. Yatagarasu. I'd better find out more. Wow, Yatagarasu. Is it true that the Yatagarasu showed up at the Kodapian embassy? What could he or she have been after? No doubt to steal any suspicious accounting records and release them publicly. Or more likely to steal secrets from the Kodapian embassy itself. Since the item that the Yatagarasu stole from there was sent to the police. What was it that the Yatagarasu sent to the police? I don't know the details. Anything related to the Yatagarasu is getting the top secret treatment. Still, I find it very ironic. By returning the stolen item to the police, it was proof positive that the Yatagarasu had infiltrated the embassy at the same day the staff member was killed. Criminals have a way of incriminating themselves, wouldn't you say? That would have to be the first time the Yatagarasu has left evidence behind, correct? Yes, indeed. If you wish to learn more about the Yatagarasu, then I suggest you ask Faraday. Mr. Faraday? He happens to be the prosecutor in charge of the Yatagarasu case as well. He's the prosecutor in charge of both the KG8 incident and the Yatagarasu case. Mr. Faraday really has a lot on his plate.
Hi, Tiny K.
Hi, Tiny K. Oh, I love you know, tiny children. What is it, little girl?
You're scary, mister.
Did you need something?
I want to trade these coins with you.
A fistful of dimes, quarters, and pennies. But it looks like you've exactly $1. Is this what you want?
Thanks! That's exactly what I needed.
Because I'll try and be here to watch the trial. How disrespectful of the trial, like that to be running around inside the courthouse. Does no one have respect for this country's judicial system anymore? Says you. The paperwork for the prosecutor substitution is complete. Why do you even know how much time there is left before the trial resumes? I'm sorry. I can have you moping. Whatever the fuck you said, I can have you mopping up the courthouse instead of protecting it instead. It's no bother, sir. Not being completely prepared could prove to be a perfect handicap for me. A proud one you are. Can't look at them. You have better collect the evidence from Faraday and prepare yourself. It's time for your debut, Edgeworth. Oh, Von Karma. Sorry, Von Karma, you went out to dinner again with that guy? The guy after? Okay, I guess none of my business. Oh my god! He's trying too hard, Edgeworth! Oh! Just what is going on? Why isn't Faraday here yet? How is it possible that the defendant is not prepared yet either? Bailiff, where is Mr. Faraday? I'm not sure. I wasn't really paying attention. Wow, Judge has legs? Ah, you must be the one Mr. Von Karma recommended. Oh, wow. Judge sitting down animation? I never thought I'd see the day. Judge side on? Never thought I'd see the day. I hear this will be your first trial. I look forward to seeing how you perform. Oh, by the way, was there someone celebrating a birthday during the recess? I could have sworn I heard a pop-up going off. Come to think of it, the other day with my grandson... Sir, it looks like the trial is about to resume, however... Yes, it will, be all but impossible to prove the witness a liar without the evidence from Faraday. What is that blasted buffoon up to? It's an emergency, sirs! Hi, Kamshi. Silence! There shall be no yelling in the sacred hall of law. Bailiff, remove this man from this courtroom at once. Please. Wait, you just have to listen to me. There's an emergency.
Defendant lobby number 2. Mr. Faraday and the defendant. It's 2 of them there. They're both dead, Your Honor.
What? Wow, Edgeworth, terrible, terrible, horrible murder follows you around a lot in your young years. Who the fuck is this guy? Stay back. Oh. Wow. How you going, man? I know a lot of people who you are exactly their type, and that's crazy. No one's allowed into the crime scene, period. Who does this oddball think he is? This is becoming quite the hotspot. Isn't she Mr. Rell's defense attorney? Ty, I saw it was your birthday, Ty. Hi, Ty. Happy birthday, Ty. Hey, Ty. Yeah, congrats on meeting this guy. Mr. Swiss cheese over here. I don't know who this guy is. This is like one of the characters in this game that I've ever actually seen before, which is pretty cool, actually. It's the day after now. But just pretend. Just pretend that that it was the same and it's cool and stuff. Yay! Me and my body killer again. I'm so glad you saw you saw the notification message. It's going great. Things are going well. I'm cool. Edgeworth is tiny. Like, I'm a cool guy with a website and definitely no pain at all. So, you know. Hey, you noob running the hallway, pal. And who are you to tell me what to do? I'll never find out what's going on like this. It's time for some civil discourse. Civil discourse? You mean, talking to people? This sofa looks like it's seen its fair share of use. And it looks like another part of the courthouse is visible from the window. My eyes have looked with my reflection's eyes in the barred window. As a student of On Karma, I refuse to back down. What? What the fuck? What does that even mean? You're so ridiculous. He's absolutely fucking ridiculous. I love him. I love him. Anyway, hi, Gumshoe. And you are? Who, me? Hey, pal. Isn't it common courtesy to tell someone your name first before asking theirs? Good point. My name is Miles Edgeworth. I am a district prosecutor. He's such a good boy. A prosecutor? I've never seen a prosecutor as young as you, pal. I've told you my name. No, would you mind telling me yours? Detective Dick Gumshoe! And just recently, I've achieved my dream of becoming a detective. More than a dream, it's what I was born to do. Wait, maybe I should check and make sure I'm not really in some crazy dream first. This detective is entirely too excited to be at a murder scene. So, Detective Gumshoe, would you mind telling me what you know about the incident? You know that I don't have to tell you anything, right? I know that. But it would behoove you to fill me in on what you know. Wow, you're a
proud one. You're such a youngster, aren't you? Well, anyway, Detective Bad. Of course that's his name. Of course that's his... Because what fucking else would his name be? Is the one in charge. So, you're just gonna have to ask him for all the details, okay? As for me, I was guarding the door to the defendant's lobby, number 2.
So you were on guard detail. Did you notice anything strange while you were on duty?
Well, I freaked out when I heard a gunshot and I kind of froze. So I have successfully met the bad guy. Caleb! Bad guy? He can't possibly be a bad guy with a name like Detective Bad. He must be the most trustworthy person I've ever met.
You're a detective and a measly gunshot scared you that much? Then again, I can hardly claim to not know what it's like to hear one at close range. Anyway, let's not space out due to trauma. Anyway, detective, continue.
Then Detective Bad came running to the scene and went into lobby number 2 together, and both men were lying there, dead.
Is that everything?
Yeah, that's it. And I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single peep or a struggle.
Interesting. Other than the gunshot, he didn't hear a single sound of commotion. Which is interesting.
Anyway, who are you? I've seen cosplay and fan art of you. I saw a picture of you kissing another woman. I don't remember which, but it was a woman.
Do you have a minute?
You know, I'm not really into talking with people I don't know. Especially at a time like this.
I apologize for not introducing myself before bothering you. My name is Miles Edgeworth. I will also take Mr. Faraday's place in court.
Edgeworth, huh?
Never heard of you. So Faraday's substitute is a newbie, huh? I'll have you know, madam, that I studied under Manfred von Karma.
That's the face of a man trying too hard!
Oh, he's so young, naive, and overconfident. So full of flaw. He's trying so hard to be impressive. Do not take me for some naive novice.
Do not take me some naive. I should have. Those clothes were a dead giveaway.
This not right there. These are the garments of one who gallantly presents the facts.
I'm sure that's what he told you.
Thanks for the great laugh, but I try not to make me laugh so much, okay?
I mean, she's completely right though, Edgeworth. Like...
I wasn't trying to do anything of the sort.
Just kidding, I was not just goofing around. Oh, wait, do you know who I am? My name is Callisto Yu. And if you're telling the truth, then we were about to go head-to-head in court.
But of course, I have heard about you, Miss Yu.
God, of course. I've heard much about you. You're a regular Shakespeare.
Did I say something funny?
This is high school all over again.
I'd like you to update me on the situation.
I don't really know anything.
Why don't you try talking to those detectives over there? If that's the case, then why are you here?
What's so funny? It's just the way you speak is so tactless. The person I was going against in court until only a little while ago was just murdered. It's not like I could go back into the courtroom pretending as though nothing happened. That's a good point. I apologize for asking such an insensitive question. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Okay, I think I get why people like her so much. Calling them out as they should. God, she's testimony. Sup, weirdo? Excuse me, but who are you? Tyrell? Your name is Tyrell? You know what? You kind of look like a Tyrell. I'll give you that. Detective Bad, Tyrell Bad. Homicide. I was informed of the situation and came as quickly as possible. So, how did you arrive and inspect the body before me? Faraday requested me to testify in the trial. Plain and simple. Mr. Faraday requested you to be here. I've already contacted HQ about the situation. I've got nothing to say to you, kid. My brain just skipped over the Tyrell bit. Oh, he's so weird. What the fuck is this music, by the way? What the fuck? Kid. I'm Mr. Faraday's substitute in today's trial. Therefore, I insist you update me on the situation. I can't back down here. I have a right to know. Do I need to teach you a thing or two about how to talk to adults, kid? Is he threatening me? Is he going for his gun? It's just a mirror. How dare he trick me like that? Faraday was stabbed to death with one kind of blade, and he had a gun in his hand. The other man, Mr. Mackerel, was shot and killed. He was found holding a bloody knife in his hand. Was there anyone else who went into the defendant lobby number 2? Yeah, that big lug over there. His name's Gumshoe. Hi. He was in charge of guarding the place. He's claiming that no one else entered the room. If that's the case, then they must have killed each other, correct? Maybe. Such impudence. This guy is really testing my patience. Why was I not informed that you were going to testify in court? Homicides aren't my only gig. The Yatagarasu case is also one of my assignments. So you were called upon to comment on the Yatagarasu's characteristics in order to assess if Mr. Faraday really was the Yatagarasu or not. Well, looks like you just might have a brain after all in that head of yours, son. Son? I'm not your son, Pops. Gross. I've only got one father. Monsieur, there is someone here who wishes to see you. Who is it? Could it be an embassy staff member by the name of Manny Cochin? What? What's going on? Detective Adams' moves have just changed all of a sudden. Wait a second. Wasn't Manny Cochin? I'll be right there. It's nice to see you again, Monsieur. Why are you here? I have no desire to ever see you again.
Now. Actually, you mind stepping outside for a brief chat? Fine, let's go. Bad. Von Karma. It's been a good long time. I knew you would show up. You usually do when the Atakarase was involved, and I see this case is no exception. Do you know Detective Bad, sir? Yes, he's like an old bloodhound that never leaves the scene of crime. If only he would get a promotion and move on. It's a bad crime scene where a detective is most useful and effective. It's not like I don't know that. This case is so amazing. I get to think about Gant a lot. Anyway. Moving on though, Bad. The man that I just passed by. Was he not the suspect of the KG8 incident? So I was right. Just what is that man doing wandering around here? That's Faraday. I can't believe he let such an easy catch get away. Imbecile. I would have proved his guilt in 3 minutes. Von Karma. I think you've said enough for now. It's important to speak like that about the departed. Very well. Back on topic. I'm placing Edgeworth in charge of the investigation here.
Objection!
Look at me. Papa, how can you place him in charge? Francisca, what are you doing here? I'm here for summer vacation. What else? Francisca von Karma. So, she is here on vacation from Germany. Visiting father, I suppose. She is the daughter of Manfred von Karma and a student of his who's also a junior to me. You're the one who's junior to me, and don't you forget it. You're not conveniently avoiding the bar examination, are you? If you were able to pass, then I'll have absolutely no trouble at all. Oh my goodness, look at her! You can't see her properly, hang on. Look at her! She's so cute! Oh, I love her! I love her so much. I'll never allow myself to lose to you. Never. Why does she always have to be this competitive? Anyway, Papa, are you really assigning Miles Edgeworth to cover the case? Yes, I am. Why do you ask? Well, you know, I'm close to becoming a prosecutor myself. And I am 100% confident that I can do a better job than him. That's just like Francisca. She has no problem bad-mouthing someone right in front of them. Bad. Yeah. These two will be conducting the investigation. What? You want me to let both these kids loose on the crime scene? This is the perfect opportunity for them to work on their prosecutorial skills. Prosecutorial skills. A crime scene is not a place for children to be messing around in. I'm the one with the authority over this crime scene, Bad. And I will not tolerate complaining.
Edgeworth, Francisca. I leave this case to the two of you.
Understood, sir.
Yes, Papa. I'll go take care of the paperwork now. Remember, I'll accept nothing but a perfect report from the both of you. Do not disappoint me. Bye. Hold up, Von Karma. I still haven't agreed to this. Miles Edgeworth.
It's been quite some time, Francisca.
This will be the perfect chance for us to see which of us is truly worth of the Von Karma name. I mean, I don't have the Von Karma name. I'm still just Edgeworth, so.
Would it kill you to at least say hello?
Long time no see.
Very good.
Just because you became a prosecutor first doesn't mean you can act all proud.
She's hasn't changed a bit.
Miles Edgeworth, as I was saying, we shall see which of us is worthy of the Von Karma name. Crying out loud, I've been reduced to a babysitter.
Looks like Mr. Von Karma was successful in convincing the detective, or probably just threatened him. That's just like him, he never fails. Now, I'd appreciate if you could quickly run me through the facts, Detective Bad.
You're better off checking things out on your own.
Very well. Seems like I'm getting help from Detective Bad will be most a dubious task.
Yo, they got a TV in here? What the hell? Huh. And someone stole all the evidence for the case.
Is the only real explanation that they killed each other simultaneously?
Miles Edgeworth! You should listen to someone until they're finished talking.
What are you talking about?
I'll only say this one more time. This is a competition to see who is truly worthy of the Von Karma name.
A competition?
The person that figures out the truth first wins.
So the person who doesn't discover the truth is a dishonor to the name?
Exactly! I don't care that you became a prosecutor before me. I simply refuse to hear any more foolish things coming from your foolishly foolish mouth.
Fine, whatever makes you happy.
Can I take that as you accepting the challenge?
Once again, whatever makes you happy.
Well then, let's begin the investigation, shall we? I love their dynamic. Oh, I love siblings. I am going to find the perfect evidence and prettily present it like the professional I am.
Competing to discover the truth behind a crime. How delightfully childish.
Aww.
What?
You kids over there, hold it.
A kid? Serves you right, Miles. He just called you a kid.
I said kids, kid. How dare you call me a kid as well?
I'll do what I please, and I won't allow you to cause a ruckus in my crime scene. Hey, big guy. You're going to watch over these two.
Yes, sir! Detective Bad, sir! Now do what I say from now on, kids, okay?
You'd better not get in our way, Scruffy.
You'll feel the bite of my whip if you do. You prosecutor boy! Let's get this investigation started already, alright?
Right, now even that detective is treating me like a child.
Alright, it's time to get investigating! Get a move on, prosecutor boy!
My name is Miles Edgeworth, and if you
were to call me Prosecutor Boy one more time, it will be my duty as a prosecutor to look into your monthly salary. What? What would you do with my salary after you saw how much it was? Well, it's up to you now, isn't it? Really? That sounds good, pal. He's so naive.
I confused.
Detective Bad, might I have a word with you? What is it? It appears that both a knife and a gun were used in the murder weapons. Yeah, it does. That leads us to our first question of the investigation. Where did the men acquire the weapons? Gun was inside Faraday's bag. It was a piece of evidence that was presented in the trial earlier today. It was used to kill the Korean embassy staff member. But I've never heard anything about the knife. Mr. Real was being held by the police. There's no way you could have brought it in. Which means it's possible that Faraday had the knife on him from the start as well. Could it have been a piece of evidence that had not yet been presented? But then, why doesn't the Detective Mad know about it? Wait, what if... Is it possible that Mr. Faraday brought the knife under the guise of prosecutorial evidence? He could have brought it out and attacked Mr. Rell with it. Huh? Maybe you've got a brain there after all. He's gonna treat me like a child forever. Looks like Mr. Faraday attacked Mr. Rell first, who could have counterattacked. As the only logical conclusion you can draw from a scene like this. Not yet. I feel that it's much too early to be drawing conclusions already. I must first find conclusive evidence so as to protect the honor of the Von Karma name. You're not even a Von... You're only a Von Karma on paper. You never even got the last name. So like... God, I feel so bad for him all the time. Hi. Following. Anyway, hi. There are some plastic bags stacked on the table. There's a tea set too, but there doesn't seem to be any sign of disturbance. Yeah, the table's all neat and tidy. Maybe they were super quiet in this couple? After all, I didn't hear anything from out in the hallway, you know. Maybe the plastic bags scattered on the floor, throwing us off? There's some stuff in the bag, Val. I suppose this was Mr. Faraday's bag. It's probably the trial evidence I was supposed to collect from him. Is this the evidence? I'd better not touch it. I'll leave prints on it. Do you just not pay attention to anything you do? Whoa! Oh, what is it, Detective Gumshoe? My TV at home is tiny compared to this one, pal. Then perhaps you should purchase a more normal-sized television like this one. Oh, let me see. Wow, this thing is huge! Way too noisy. You're the noisy one, Scruffy. Don't touch it, you'll get your fingerprints all over it. But untouch it. Preservation of crime scene is the foundation of a detective work. Foundation, huh? Sounds like something the rookie here needs to shore up on.
Hi.
The window is open and there's a fresh flowery scent in the air. Flowers in the garden down there are gross and ghastly.
Do you think maybe you could try offering something useful for a change?
Well, at least there's no way someone could someone escape through this window now. They wouldn't wake up and smell the flowers after a fall from the third floor.
Are you willfully ignoring the fact that there's also iron bars on the windows?
Yeah, I guess there's that too. Either way, no one could get through these windows, right?
Oh, they thought of everything when they were designing the courthouse. Very nice. Yes, that was very nice. Why are these plastic bags scattered all around?
Those bags are for keeping evidence safe, pal. I know that much, detective. You sure are good at this stuff, aren't you, pal?
Normally, I'd be happy when someone compliments me, but when it's this guy... Anyway, could these plastic bags be evidence of a fight between the two men? Decorative plants foliage is quite nice. It's actually soothing to be around. Perhaps I should purchase one for my room. Oh, yes! Get yourself a little bonsai, that'd be great. It looks like Mr. Faraday fell on top of Mr. Rell. At first glance, it seems like they must have killed each other. However,
using logic, and only logical conclusion is...
what was that outburst for?
My detective's instincts just hit me real hard. It was Mr. Rell that fell first, see?
You don't need a detective's instinct for that. It's common sense. But I suppose we won't know much more than that until I've examined the bodies. Why are there plastic bags scattered all around? It's keeping evidence. I know that much, detective.
You didn't say anything new about the bags. I thought you might. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I'm getting myself some water and something else.
I'm okay. I think. I will be.
His hand is all black down here, see? I wonder what it could be.
If you look closely, this blotching pattern resembles an ink stain.
An ink stain?
Yes, I usually get ink on my hand, on my own hand when I use my feather pen.
A feather pen? I've never seen one of those before.
Sure, you want
Just making it up now. Looks like Mr. Rowell died with a knife in his hand.
There's some blood stuck to it.
That's not a very deep cut then. And he must have used this as a weapon. Yep, no doubt about it.
Was Mr. Faraday carrying this on his personage? Did he bring this as a piece of evidence for the trial? Or did he bring it with a very different intention in mind? I should jot down some notes about it.
Mr. Faraday died while holding a gun in his right hand.
So he shot Mr. Rell and then fell on top of him while still gripping onto the gun.
I guess that does seem kind of strange, huh? I mean, why would Mr. Faraday know how to fire a gun? Why would he be holding a gun in his non-dominant hand?
It's not exactly rocket science, but I know how to pull a trigger. Although, I doubt I'll ever need to use one.
Hope I never have to fire a gun either, pal. But it sure does look cool to hold a gun in your hands.
It appears that the police's screening procedures seem to be a thorough review. Anyway, I should jot down some notes about the handgun in Miss Faraday's hand. Mr. Rell's cause of death was from being shot, correct?
That's what we think, but it's hard to tell with him lying face down.
Death is bad enough, but it's truly lamentable that someone would try and hide the truth.
Are you sure they were trying to hide something?
I can't confirm Mr. Rell's cause of death with his body position like that. Detective Bad, I'd like to examine the bodies in further detail, if possible.
What's this? You're not able to form a theory with them the way they are.
I believe an examination of the bodies is vital to finding the perfect evidence, don't you?
I suppose you have a point. Well, hurry up and get on with it.
Labby.
Yes, sir. We've taken enough photos of the scene, sir. And there you have it.
Do you not approve?
Of course not.
What?
Investigation of a crime scene is the work of a detective, so don't touch anything. Hey, big fella, turn over the bodies for me, will ya?
Okay. Please forgive me, Mr. Faraday,
Gumshoe.
Do not get emotionally involved. Remember, you're a detective.
Yes, sir. Understood, sir.
Okay, so the blood stain is a lot bigger here, I see. You got your pen, would you? There's something in his breast pocket. It's a fountain pen.
Hey, you know, I always keep a pencil behind my ear. It's because Detective Bad is always telling me, hey, you should always write your name on everything you own.
Yes, somehow you do strike me as quite a forgetful individual.
There's a knife wound in his chest here, sir.
I wonder if the wound matches the knife in Mr. Rel's holding.
Nabby. Yes, sir. Verifying now, sir.
Make it quick. From the look of things, one could deduce that the knife Mr. Rel is holding is what killed Mr. Faraday. Mr. Faraday, how ironic it is for him to lose his life in a courthouse.
Yeah, why did it have to be like this? I don't know what to say. I can't believe this happened while I was on watch, pal.
Rather than beating yourself up, you should spend your time continuing the investigation. Didn't you become a detective in order to solve crimes?
Yeah.
Then get back to work. Find out the cause of his murder.
Right, I'm on it, pal.
Faraday is holding a gun in his right hand.
That's the one Mr. Rel got blown away by, right?
Abby, your answer.
Yes, sir. We found that the ballistic markings do match that gun. Oh, ballistic markings
are the figurative fingerprints a gun leaves on a bullet when fired. Every gun leaves its own unique ballistic markings. Therefore, by looking at the markings on a bullet, you can tell which gun it came from.
Yeah, that's it. Of course, I already knew all that, Val.
Maybe you'd be better off going back to the academy.
Come on, sir. Cut me some slack, will you?
So the bullet that was fired from this gun is what felled Mr. Rel. A shot in the chest.
Takes some guts to fire a gun in the courthouse. I mean, I've been a detective for a whole week and I still haven't fired a single round yet.
There aren't any burn marks on his clothes. That must mean... Wait, burn marks? A round grows very hot as it's discharged from a firearm. Therefore, burn marks are usually left when the shot is fired from point-blank range. Ergo, Mr. Rel must have been shot from at least a yard or two away.
You sure do know a bunch of neat stuff at your age now.
Apparently, this detective has as much common knowledge as your everyday marsupial. Let us now try to understand how the two men died. First, Mr. Faraday took the gun and the knife out from today's trial evidence. Then he aimed the gun at Mr. Rel and fired. However, Mr. Rel managed to grab the knife and counter Mr. Faraday while being shot. Then the two men fell together where they stood. That is my theory in any case.
What a crazy way to go.
Still, something about that explanation just doesn't seem right. I believe I now have a firmer grasp on what happened here.
Alrighty then.
What have we got then? That's not what I meant to click. Anyway, what have we got? Tea set in plastic bags on the top of the table, completely undisturbed. Plastic bag used to store the evidence strewn over the floor. No human could climb through those barred windows. The scent of flowers is in the air. The fountain pen in Mr. Faraday's pocket has an especially nice nib. Mr. Faraday has an ink stain on his left hand. Why is there ink in such a place anyway? Obvious? That splotch on Mr. Faraday's hand, I wonder if it might be from the ink from his fountain pen.
Oh, let's all select the glove guy! Detective Gumshoe! I confirm that the substance on Mr. Faraday's hand is the ink from the fountain pen. See, good work! You know, I always wanted to say that, even if it was just one time in my life.
If Mr. Faraday wrote with his fountain pen in his left hand, I think it's fair to assume he was left-handed. It appears that Mr. Faraday's pen is very important to our case as well.
Okay, if you say so, pal.
I'm not sure what it would do, but... There is a very tidy pile of plastic bags on the table, and yet a portion of them wound up scattered on the floor as well. It's not likely that the ones on the floor were knocked over during a struggle, in which case, might there not be another explanation as to how they got there?
Another reason?
I believe it's possible that the blood on the outside of this bag is related somehow.
Please get that blood away from me, pal.
Detective Gumshoe, whose blood is on this bag?
Hold on, let me also the lab guy.
Alright, please hurry.
Until you get a load of this, pal, it's Mr. Faraday's. Oh, and the technician said that he didn't find anything else in the bag either.
It would appear that this bag is a very important piece of evidence.
Okay, if you say so, I leave it in your hands, pal. I guess there's not much left to investigate, huh? They really did kill each other.
No, we can't conclude that quite yet. There's still something I find very peculiar here. The theory that they simply killed each other is too simplistic in this case. In fact, there is actually a contradiction that shows there is another possibility.
No, wait, pal,
Really? I suppose it will just have to I will just have to show you the contradiction in this crime scene.
It would be the fact that it's in his non-dominant hand.
Now we come face to face with the contradiction I spoke of, and is this. Mr. Faraday used his left hand to write with his fountain pen. Ergo, he is left-handed. And yet, the handgun is in his right hand. Don't you find it odd that the left-handed Mr. Faraday would hold the gun in his right hand? That, lady and gentlemen, is the great contradiction haunting this crime scene.
Hey, you're right, pal, that does seem kind of strange. But how could something like that happen?
The facts add up to one conclusion, and that alone. Someone else put the gun in Mr. Faraday's hand after he died.
Someone else?
Plastic bag scattered on the floor and the gun in the wrong hand. I sense the presence of a shadowy figure behind the case. A person of vile intent who is serious about keeping the truth from us.
Here's the autopsy report.
It is probable that Mr. Bell survived for a short time after he was shot. However, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously from his stabbing. Interesting. It looks like we now know everything we need to know about this case. Are we sure we know everything? Of course! The incident began with Mr. Faraday attempting to get his revenge. The prosecutor went into a rage from being accused and tried to kill the defendant. But the defendant fought back and they ended up killing each other. It's all very clear and simple. There is absolutely no margin for doubt. Do you really believe that to be the truth? Are you trying to say that just because I figured out the truth before you, that you don't want to believe it's true? It's all right. If you disagree with my argument, then prove me wrong. Well, is there any contradictions to be found? That is. Don't worry, I will. Oh man. Oh man, guys, I love them a lot. Mr. Faraday's death was instantaneous, while Mr. Rell survived for a short time. From this, it is obvious that Mr. Faraday died after he shot Mr. Rell, and Mr. Rell, while on the brink of death, stole Mr. Faraday's knife and stabbed him. Those are the facts of this case. Mr. Faraday's death was instantaneous, therefore he must have attacked first. Proving that logic to be false is probably the fastest way to show her that she's wrong. In that case, I should first look for any holes in her theory. Do I? No, I don't actually get to read the autopsy report. That's annoying. Okay.
Hold it!
Do you truly believe that Mr. Faraday died instantaneously? I have the murder report right here. Mr. Faraday died instantaneously of shock due to being stabbed in the chest. There, you see, it's been documented clear as day. This is obvious that Mr. Faraday died after he shot Mr. Rell. Yeah, this is... Oh, time of death. Approximately 4 PM. Discovered immediately after a gunshot was heard. Not entirely true. Faraday died of a knife stab to the chest. The shock from the stabbing caused instantaneous death. Rell died of a bullet wound to the chest. There is no gunpowder burn on his clothes, suggesting that he was shot from a few yards away. It's possible that he was alive for a short while after being shot. From this, it's obvious that Mr. Faraday died after he shot Mr. Rell.
Hold it!
Mr. Faraday shot Mr. Rell before he died. Do you have any basis for that statement? You're foolish. This has no end, does it? Now, I hate to repeat myself. However, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously. That's all the basis I need. Alright, so if Mr. Faraday died instantaneously, then he must have attacked Mr. Rell before being stabbed. You're finally beginning to catch on, I see.
Hold it!
So you believe that the dying Mr. Rell stole the knife from Mr. Faraday. Mr. Rell became desperate as he did not want to die. Human beings can do amazing things when they are put to the test. So the two men struggled. And in the end, Mr. Rell was able to grab the knife and stab Mr. Faraday. The messy condition of the room is a testament to their struggle. Yes, my logic is perfectly sound. Can you really say that it's perfect? What are you insinuating? Nothing. However, I can't let what you said slide by without further inquiry. One must be clear and precise. So, you could append that statement of your testimony. Could you append that statement of your testimony? Fine.
Objection!
If the two men were fighting, their struggle would have surely caused quite a bit of noise. However, Detective Gumshoe testified that he heard absolutely nothing. You place too much faith in that detective's testimony, you know. But for the sake of argument, let's say that there wasn't a fight. How, then, did Mr. Rell get his hands on the knife?
Mr. Faraday's bag was sitting right here in the lobby, in lobby number 2. It is not hard to imagine that perhaps Mr. Rell saw the chance and took it at some point. So, what you're saying is this. Mr. Rell took a chance when he saw the opportunity and took the knife from the bag. And then Mr. Faraday shot Mr. Rell after being stabbed. Isn't there something strange in Francisca's statement just now? Wait, something doesn't add up. Oh, really? It's simply not possible for Mr. Faraday to have shot Mr. Rell after being stabbed.
Take that!
According to the coroner's report, Mr. Faraday died instantly, meaning that he died immediately upon being stabbed with a knife. Ergo, he could not possibly have fired the gun after that. Oh, you got me. But of course. Well then, if the report is correct, then there is only one correct explanation. If we suppose that Mr. Rell attacked first, then Mr. Faraday, who died instantaneously, would have been unable to kill Mr. Rell. Therefore, Mr. Rell must have stabbed Mr. Faraday after he was shot. Then they both died. That is the only explanation that makes logical sense. Negating your opponent's ideas in order to prove your own theory. I see you've been studying, Francisca. I just wanted to explain it to you as simply as possible, before you foolishly propose a foolish theory that only a foolish fool like you could. How naive of you to believe that only your opinions are valid, and still expect to discover the truth that the crime scene offers you. Francisca, you've still got a ways to go. What are you talking about? Are you saying there's a flaw in my logic? Mr. Faraday died instantly. And the fact that he did is what gives the rise to the contradiction in this scene. The contradiction here in this crime scene is the order of the events, the order the bodies fell. He did is what gives rise to this contradiction. Let me get this straight. What you're arguing is this. Mr. Faraday took the gun from his evidence bag and shot Mr. Rell. Then, the wounded Mr. Rell found an opportunity to take the knife and strike back. Upon being stabbed, Mr. Faraday died on the spot and Mr. Rell died thereafter. If that's the case, then how do you explain this? Take a good look at the order in which their bodies are piled. No! Mr. Faraday's body is lying on top of Mr. Rell's, therefore Mr. Rell must have died before Mr. Faraday. Impossible! Yes, I agree, it seems strange no matter what the angle you approach it from. Which means that the real mystery behind this crime scene... No, not so fast, Miles Edgeworth. What now? I simply think that you ought to think a little bit more outside the box. And that it's even clearer now that the incident started with Mr. Faraday's murderous intent. She surely bounced back quickly. Was Edgeworth verbally punching Francisca right now? I mean, it's called sibling bonding time. This is sibling bonding time. An explanation won't be enough this time. It's going to take more decisive evidence to prove her wrong. It was just the chance that Mr. Faraday's... It was just chance that Mr. Faraday's body fell on top of Mr. Rell's. The two bodies fell into a pile, which indicates that they attacked each other at the same time. It really doesn't matter in the slightest that they fell in the opposite order. I just know that Francisca's explanation isn't absolutely correct. All I have to do is find a hole in her logic. Once I do,
I can then present her with the evidence that proves the contradiction. She's got cute little riding gloves and I want ones like that. Finding gloves, it's hard. Gloves are expensive. Good gloves anyway.
Objection! Pressing someone's testimony in order to gain some time to think. You're a real one-trick pony, aren't you? It's too bad your trick only works on fools.
That wasn't my intent. I simply wish for more details on how Mr. Faraday ended up on top of Mr. Brell.
Someone's impatient. I was just about to explain everything to you. So do you think you could hold on for a minute?
Francisca, I'll make you a deal. I'll hold on if you hold on to that whip of yours.
Oh, I'll hold on to it all right, as I whip you. Ow. Well, now that you've quieted down a bit, I'd like to continue if you don't mind.
God, she's so cute. Two bodies fell into a pile, which indicates that they attacked each other at the same time. It really doesn't matter in the slightest.
Hold it!
And do you really believe that they fell in the opposite order to which they attacked? Niles Edgeworth, you're not listening to a word that I'm saying. Ugh.
They both attacked each other at the same time, and Mr. Bell fell first by chance, leaving Mr. Faraday to just happen to fall on top of him. Then Mr. Bell died shortly thereafter, pinned underneath Mr. Faraday. That's how it happened.
So the two men attacked each other, with Mr. Bell randomly falling down first. The fact that the order that they attacked each other in varies from the order they fell in doesn't cause a problem for me. However, there's definitely one certain aspect that I'm having trouble swallowing. Does it have something to do with this?
Objection!
That's not what I meant to press. I meant to press the other button. Yes, Francisca, I know. I wasn't showing you. I was trying to,
Yeah, like, this is your blood, but it's so far away from you. Therefore implying that this body was moved to create the piling.
Objection!
Damn it. Well, maybe I'm thinking too far ahead. Or maybe that's just the wrong thing to present it to. What else could it be? What else could it be? Maybe I'll just press everything else.
Hold it!
What do you mean by they attacked each other at the same time?
I assume Mr. Faraday had the two different weapons in his hands. He made to attack Mr. Bell while holding both the knife and the revolver, and then, after Mr. Faraday fired the gun, Mr. Bell grabbed the knife as he was falling and stabbed Mr. Faraday. That is how Mr. Bell wound up on the bottom with Mr. Faraday on top. At close range, that is more than possible.
Yes, it's possible, but...
Well, if you have any other ideas, then show me what you've got.
Oh, I will. And to that extent, I'd like you to append what you just said to your testimony.
I don't see any point to that, but do as you please.
They attack each other at the same time from close range is impossible since there is no burn marking.
Objection!
So you believe they killed each other at close range? Sorry, but that's impossible. Just as it is written in the crime scene notes, the firing of the handgun did not leave a gunpowder burn on Mr. Rell's clothes. Therefore, Mr. Rell and the gun must have been separated by a distance of at least 2 or 3 yards. Yes, this is by far the biggest contradiction. The 2 bodies are piled up on each other, yet the gun was fired from a distance. And with there being no chance that Mr. Rell moved that far from being shot, that leaves one possible explanation. Oh, what? A completely foolish line of foolish thought that a thoroughly foolish fool. If I'm not right, then who was it that made the first move with the intent to kill, huh? Who? Neither of them. Here in this room, contradictions appear no matter which man we claim attacked first. Thus, there can be only one explanation. There was a third person here. It was the third person who killed both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell and set their bodies up to make it look like a double murder. That third person is the real culprit. It's Miles Edgeworth. There's just one thing you're missing. Evidence, correct? Exactly. Everything you've said up until now is nothing but a story played out in your head. However, this is where the real test begins. Can you prove that there was a third person involved in this crime? Of course. If a third person was truly here, that fact would resolve the glaring contradiction. The proof that it's all been a setup made to look like they killed each other. I'll present it and lay bare the final piece of the puzzle. That's not yet in place. That proves that there was a third person involved. I mean, I really want to talk about the fucking bag, the blood on it, because it being that far away from him doesn't make any sense. But, could be this.
Take that!
No. So, is it actually the blood then? Because I was hoping it was. Wow.
Take that!
It wasn't, yeah. So I was thinking a little far ahead just before. The gun in Mr. Faraday's hand and the plastic bag with his blood on it. These 2 items point to the presence of a third person. How so? Recall Detective Gumshoe's testimony. I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single peep of a struggle. If there wasn't a struggle in this room, then there shouldn't have been any plastic bags on the ground, meaning that someone else must have deliberately scattered them around. Do you not see the possibility in this? Disregarding the gun for a moment, there's a high probability of blood splatter when a knife is used on a person. If the culprit held the knife with a plastic bag around it, then they could use the bag to catch any blood splatter from when they withdrew the knife. Then, by spreading a few more plastic bags around, mixing the bloody one with them, and arranging the room to make it look like there was a struggle between the 2, they were able to conceal their presence. Look like. So got a long way to go in this investigation. Yes.
Objection!
Hi. Oh, wow. Judge's legs. What the heck is up with you, pal? God, he's short.
Mr. Bad, I advise you to place Detective Gumshoe under arrest. What? What? My baby! Not my baby! Not my sweet little guy! Not my little Dickie! Not my guy! What's the meaning of this? It looks like you're not man enough to discipline your own subordinates. Don't you dare. That detective claims he was there standing in front of the door the entire time. But I have it on good authority that it was all a giant lie. Miss Yu, I ask that you please explain that last statement. I'll let his honor explain it to himself. I saw it with my own eyes, I tell you. During the recess, there was a period of time when there was no one in the hallway. What? See, Mr. Bad. So I ask you, why would a detective who was supposedly doing his job the whole time want to fabricate such a lie? Gumshoe, did you kill Faraday? No! Of course not, sir! It would appear that the one who set the whole crime scene up is the detective. Which basically renders his testimony a complete lie and wholly invalid. It looks like your perfect logic was just come tumbling down, Miles. I was in the hallway the whole time and I didn't hear a single peep in struggle. Was that statement really a lie? Detective Gumshoe, you're now suspect in the murder of these two men. I'll spit out the truth, or so help me. I haven't lied to anyone, so honest. I really was there in the hallway the whole time. Detective Bad, I ask you to please not act without my permission. After all, I am the one that is heading up this investigation, am I not? Talk like you know what's going on, boy. All I want is for this investigation to run perfectly. Perfection is the only wish of a disciple of Von Karma, after all. Therefore, before you take Detective Gumshoe into custody, I'd like to set the record straight on something. And what's that? What should I ask Detective Gumshoe about? Why he wasn't in the hallway. Detective Gumshoe, I take it that no one else was in the hallway at any time, correct? Huh? Oh, of course not, pal. You're being awfully defensive. Might you be hiding something from me? Watch your mouth, pal. You can't go around saying stuff like that about me without any evidence. I suppose you're right. I have no evidence at this point. Miles Edgeworth? How can you be losing a battle of wits to this detective? You're a disgrace. Ugh. Detective Gumshoe, why were you missing from the hallway for a span of time? Look, pal, like I said, I was there the whole time, okay? But there's... Miles Edgeworth, why are you wasting time with a completely useless question? The only logical reason as to why he was absent is that he was busy committing the crime. Anyone who says otherwise is a fool. Suppose the only thing I'd like to clarify is Detective Gumshoe's motive for committing this crime. Motive, huh? Gumshoe, you got a grudge against Faraday or anything? No, sir, not me. Not a single bad thing against Mr. Faraday, sir. Is that a fact?
Objection!
You're really having a problem with lying, don't you, Detective Gumshoe? I'm telling you, I am not lying. The more unnatural you act, the more suspicious you become, you know. If you want a motive, Edgeworth, I have one for you right here. Could you please share it with us? However, be forewarned that I won't hesitate to reject flights of fancy. Because all I'm interested in is the perfect explanation. You're serious, aren't you? Fine, you amuse me, so I'll humour you with a little courtroom practice. I'm not sure I really dig her colour scheme that much. It feels like there's too many clashing colours. It was about a week ago. I saw the detective get chewed out by a livid Faraday in front of the precinct. He stood there super pale as Mr. Faraday yelled, "That's a salary cut for you, you nitwit." A brand new detective suddenly getting his salary cut. That's a reason enough for a grudge. Well, how's that for the perfect explanation? You totally misunderstand me, pal. No matter how mad I get, I could never hold a grudge. Quiet. I can't trust anything you say. Sir. There's nothing wrong with the motive she proposed per se, but there are some gaps in her logic that need to be filled in. Miss Yu's perfect explanation may not be so perfect after all. About a week ago, so I still can't. God, he's a weirdo. You are? Why? Why are you two rendered so differently? You rendered so differently. Gosh, she's so cute. Oh, she's so cute. This shoe cute. Anyway. It's a beautiful knife. I believe Faraday brought this as evidence. Cute. Anyway, if I can't really present anything, let's see what you have to say. Mr. Faraday was upset. Yeah, you know what else? Mr. Faraday isn't exactly known to get angry often. But there he was. Really beat red in the face. And the offending detective just stood there, pale as a ghost, like he was about to die. Just like the face he's making right now. Ugh. Completely innocent, I tell you. The poor man. It was quite the scene with the detective.
Hold it!
You just stood there watching this unfold in front of you. Yeah, I have to say, it was really enjoyable too. But that's why when I saw Detective Gumshoe earlier, I knew to steer clear of him. Why? I thought it was because I had something stuck in my face! What did you do? I've got stuck in my face. Let's start with your eyes, nose, mouth. Those ridiculous eyebrows. Huh? I'm messing with your head. It's just too much fun. Ms. Yu, if you don't mind, I'd like to return to your testimony now. Sure, why not?
Hold it!
You cut a new detective's salary right off the bat like that. I'm not really familiar with the way you guys relate. But it's a common... Is it a common practice? Speaking of cutting my salary, didn't you threaten to do that to me earlier too? I suppose I did. It's
only natural to cut a worthless detective's salary down to their actual worth. My father can even fire anyone, new or old, with a snap of his fingers. Do you think maybe that's reason enough for detectives to hate you people? Well, I guess. They really shouldn't cut people's pay. Detective bad. Don't tell me. Mr. Von Karma cut your salary earlier? I knew it! I fucking knew it!
Hold it!
You call your explanation perfect. It's not to your liking. Unfortunately for you, it's just not up to my standards. Oh, is there something you want me to clarify in that case? What should I do? Yes, I'd like you to raise an objection. Alright, if you could clear this one thing up for me. How Mr. Faraday was killed, motive for killing Mr. Rell. Yeah, like, that would be motive for killing Faraday, but why the hell would he want to kill Rell as well? Simply because he witnessed the crime? I understand Detective Gumshoe's potential motive for killing Mr. Faraday. However, what about his motive for killing Mr. Rell? His motive for killing Rell? Like I would know. If there was no clear motive for both of the murders, then I doubt this incident would have occurred. Don't you agree? Is there anything else is there anyone else who might have had a grudge against either of the two men? Or should we look into that ourselves? Oh, in that case, I have absolutely no idea. What? But that's impossible, she must know something. Can you please not glare at me like that? It makes me laugh. I don't even think, didn't even do anything and you're already laughing away. Well, anyway, the way I see it, as long as he had a motive to kill one of the two, this crime would have played out the way it did anyway. Oh, would you care to explain your logic? And this time, please try to provide a clear, perfect explanation.
This perfect bad. Stop being so uptight, or is that a requisite trait for being a Von Karma?
Miles Edgeworth, I demand you to shut this rude woman up. I wish you'd both quiet for just 1 second. Oh, well, I guess I'll have to explain to you kids. There's no one out there with a motive to kill both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell. So you really have to establish is that someone had a grudge against one of the two men. Mr. Rell, who happened to be there, became a witness of Mr. Faraday's murder. Therefore, he was killed out of necessity and set up to look like they had killed each other. I wonder if that's really true. Is there no one out there with a grudge against both men? I should take another hard look at the evidence in this morning's case. The second KG8 incident, as people are calling it, involving the embassy staff member, and two men who both wound up as suspects in the case. Is there anyone else I'm overlooking who somehow related to them? Okay. So you're the prosecutor of the KG8 incident and you were stabbed to death. And you were embassy staff killing suspect. So we don't actually know who the fuck you are. You just... Embassy staff member Manny Kuchin found not guilty. A shadow over the Amano group. What's his relation to the smuggling ring?
The victim is CCU. This is just about the bodies.
Objection!
Miss Yu, I believe there is someone who you overlooked in making your statement. Or rather, is it because you'd rather not bring this person up? What do you mean? We are looking for someone with a reason to kill both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Grell. I can think of at least one person that fits the bill. He was a suspect in the original KG-8 incident, and a member of the Codepian Embassy staff, Mr. Manny Cochin. That's right, the very man who came to visit you earlier out in the hallway. The man who killed a member of the Codepian Embassy staff, Mr. Rell, and the man who was the lead prosecutor for the KG-8 incident, Mr. Faraday. Are you telling me that Mr. Cochin has no reason at all to kill both these men? Well, I suppose he might have a reason or two.
You covered for me, pal!
Gumshoe, you're so tall that they had to make your sprite smaller than everyone else's.
And maybe he's not such a bad guy after all.
Don't get ahead of yourself. You're still a suspect, make no mistake about that. The perfect evidence and the perfect testimony. These are the only things I wish to hold.
But I didn't do it!
You will stay under my authority and go investigate Mr. Manny Cochin for me. And remember, I will not be very forgiving should...
You want to investigate Cochin?
You'd just be wasting your time. And why is that? Cochin was up in the viewing gallery watching the trial, so I was told. Every cop in this place has been keeping an eye on the guy since he arrived. Then the only real suspect we have is still Detective Gumshoe. I suppose so.
Wait, come on, Detective Bat! You've got to believe me, sir. I really was in the hallway the whole time, sir. I never took a single step out into this room, sir.
Okay, then I'm saying there was someone else who passed through the hallway?
No.
There was no one else, sir. Then why should I believe you didn't do it? That is one incredibly foolish detective. Standing right in front of the crime scene all by himself. It's as good a confession as guilt. I have to admit, it's a bit strange. Most criminals will fabricate some sort of lie to escape their crimes, and if that detective really wanted to prove that he is innocent, you'd think he would at the very least offer up a spaced out while on duty or the like.
Come on, Gumshoe, time for your interrogation.
Detective Bad. Miles Edgeworth, I will go on ahead and report this to Papa. And that, as they say, is that. Right, everyone? Well, I suppose we should both be getting back to our real jobs now, huh? Before we do, Miss Yu, there is something I'd like to speak with you about. What is it? So, what did you want to ask me about? The current case of the murdered Codepian Embassy staff member. I've heard that people have begun calling it the second KG-8 incident. Only among you law enforcement types. And what about it? I'd like for you to tell me everything you know about the original KG-8 incident. I'm afraid I can't help you. I don't know anything beyond what was in the
in what was reported in the papers. No, I believe you know much more, since you are directly tied to the KG8 incident. I'd appreciate it if you'd stop with the false accusations. Baseless outbursts are useless both inside and outside the courtroom, don't you know? I do, but I also know that I do have a leg to stand on here.
You can stop making that ultra serious face in front of me?
If you could please stop laughing for 1 second. I'm not going to make any headway like this. I'm just going to have to show her exactly how related to the KG8 incident she is. Miss Yu, I believe that I have proof of your connection to the KG8 incident. Files your proof. Very well then. Why don't you tell me exactly how I'm related to the KG8 incident? Your connection to the KG8 incident is through the victim. The victim's name is CCU. You will note that she has the same last name as you. Can you really tell me with a straight face that you are not related to this case? Sorry. But we're not related. Just kidding. You asked that question with such a serious look on your face. I couldn't help it. Miss Yu, I ask that you please tell me the truth. Alright, I'll tell you everything I know. As you guessed, the one who reported the smuggling activities of the Amano group was my sister CCU, as I thought. And she was killed right before she was to testify at the impending trial by Manny Kochan. But because she was tried once, she was acquitted, and was acquitted. He gets to live out the rest of his cushy life completely carefree. All because of a lack of evidence. Now, I heard that the evidence to convict him did exist. What? I heard it was Mr. Faraday himself after Mr. Kochan's trial was over. Apparently, a man in black made off with the most important piece of evidence. And the evidence had been tampered with. Isn't it just like a criminal to do something like that? The smuggling ring being run by the Amano group, by one of the secretaries. They bailed Mr. Kochan out. Turns out, they were in league with each other all along. How big was the smuggling ring? Was it a large operation? I don't really know. Which is why I wanted to become a lead defense. On this case, that people are calling the second KG8 incident. But I haven't learned anything new at all. I was probably expecting too much, I know. You mean you think this case has nothing to do with the smuggling ring? I don't know what to think. Why did Mr. Kochan want to meet with you earlier? Actually, he came to watch the trial. Apparently, he only found out that I was the defense lawyer on this case after he arrived. He figured he should say hi and one other thing. Looks like you couldn't resolve anything this time either. Too bad. What's that supposed to mean?
Oh boy, stop with the scary face already. I'm fine, really.
I gave him a good slap across the face. Well, the way she talks about slapping him while she laughs away is kind of creepy. But it's just as Mr. Bad said. He's not related to the double murder. I asked around and people in the gallery claimed that he was in his seat the entire time. Talk about cruel fate. Well, this This is about all I know. Sorry. Guess I wasn't much help, huh? That's not true. I'm sorry I made you recall such a painful time in your life.
Edgeworth, you really are too serious for your own good.
You really need to learn to relax. You wouldn't want to die of stress, would you? Thank you for the advice, but there's no need to worry. I'm just punishing myself internally every single day. I work in my own way, and I will catch this criminal in my own way as well, you'll see.
Look at you with your game on your face.
I'm ready to go. I'm making no such face. Did you know?
Laughter is the best medicine, Edgeworth.
Do you get tired of making such a serious face all the time? I'm charged with making sure that all criminals of this world are found guilty. I have no need for laughter. There you go, making that face again. Oh well. I've got to get going. I still have a few loose ends I need to tie up. KG8 incident and this murder investigation. It is my belief that these two cases are related to each other somehow. Plus a detective, Detective Gumshoe. It's obvious he's lying, even though the lie is hurting his chances. Clearly, this case is far from over. But whether or not the detective is the murderer can only be determined once I've completed my perfect investigation. Mr. Von Karma, I swear to uphold your honorable name. Or my name isn't Miles Edgeworth. Your name isn't Miles Edgeworth? Woo boy.
Oh my goodness, look at that. It's fucking sketchy sketch. Oh my goodness. I'd show you, but I actually can't. I'm actually not allowed. I have that thing that thing that I'm working on, that's like a whole different thing that I'm doing with a lot of other artists. So, I'm not allowed to talk about it publicly. It's a zine. It's pretty cool. I'm not sure if I'll actually tell you guys about it a lot because it has my other internet handle and you guys don't need to know that because then you'll find the gay sex that I write and you don't need to know that. But it's great. It's great. It's great. Oh, it's so cute. Oh, it's my favorite. It's my favorite guy being all sad. Everyone likes that. Oh, I'll have to read and respond to it later. Like properly. I'm so excited for this case. This is really interesting. I am like legitimately really interested in this case to see how it's going. Middle already? How long is this case actually? Can I finish this today? Ace Attorney Investigations. Oh, my caps lock. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, there is a 5th one. Okay, so I can definitely finish this case today, and then we'll start the other case. Oh boy, that looks like it's gonna be a 2-parter or a long stream. Have on karma. Sir.
what is to become of the trial until Cotopian, until the Cotopian embassy staff member's murder? Indeed, since both the suspect and the prosecutor are now dead, the case will be dismissed. In other words, the trial ends here prematurely. Looks like you'll have to wait just a little bit longer for your big debut. I suppose it can't be helped. The evidence for this trial will be transferred to you in a little while. So, what do you think about the murder of the Cotopian embassy staff member? And the murders of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Bell? What an outrageous circus it has all become. That Faraday brought it all upon himself with his naivete. An outrageous circus. Right, sir. I grow weary of this topic. Edgeworth, I will have you assigned to a different case. Papa, you'll come and watch our courtroom debut? You'll come and watch my courtroom debut next, won't you? I'll consider it. So, if I may, please allow me to continue with my investigation. Whatever for? I know that there is already a suspect in the murder of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Brell. However, there is not enough evidence to prove that it was he who committed the crime. I'd like to continue investigating in order to find the perfect proof of his guilt. Perfect proof? Don't make me laugh. A worthless person like you has no right to claim such a thing as perfection. Ooh! I'm gonna have to write something about this soon, aren't I? I'm gonna have to write something like this, aren't I? Oh, this is making me think about Michaela all over again. I can't be thinking about Michaela. But I love you, Michaela. I love you, and I love making your mother be a bitch to you. Oh, it's really fun. It's really fun. It's fun writing about the trauma of my favorite characters. Edgy boy. Papa, who do you think is the real culprit behind these murders? Miles and I we're competing to see who can find the real killer first. Plus, being able to investigate a real crime scene is a really rare opportunity. It would give us some real-life experience, wouldn't you agree? If you want to investigate this case that much, then do as you wish. Then you're allowing us to continue. In court, your top priority is to win, and a solid investigation is one of the keys to winning. We have to make sure you become recognized as first-rate prosecutors, don't we? It wouldn't be very interesting otherwise. In return, I'm returning home now. Edgeworth, Francisca, see to it I'm not disturbed, save for the results of your competition. Yes, sir. Of course, Papa! Oof. Francisca, thank you. What are you thanking me for? Your logic earlier was built on that scruffy detective's lie. That means that the competition is still on. Yes, just as you wished. I couldn't let you get off so easily. Now then, let's see how well you fare on the investigation from here, Miles Edgeworth. Wow. So, does your dad spoil you or something? Kinda sounds like he kinda does, just a little bit, not that he'd ever show it. I know that I don't have enough information yet, so my first order of business is to question anyone involved in this case. What the fuck are you doing here, mate? What are you doing? Nothing to report, sir. Is it? No one who will make this man take responsibility for his actions on the job. Looks like we have no choice but to report him to Papa.
Then this guard will have fun in a waking nightmare after being awakened from his dream. Actually, let's not. I feel sorry for him now. Oh, it's a water fountain. Huh. I've never seen one with a foot level like that before. Hey, what are you doing here, Gantry? It wasn't me, I tell you. I didn't do anything wrong. Yes, I understand, so let's just calm down, okay, buddy? I doubt I'll get anything useful out of the detective while he's this agitated. It's a bookshelf. What's this? Judge's Trial Exchange Log. It appears to be a journal where the various judges share their thoughts and ideas. The real daily lives of the judges are laid out here in these pages. There's nothing about the court in here. It's just page after page of unrelated drivel. Judging by the content, they are very enthusiastic about the courthouse's daily menu. But it would appear that fried oysters are a favourite. They have no use for such foolishly foolish words from that foolishly foolish crowd. Someone please assure me that this is not the true state of the country's judiciary.
Hi, yo.
Monsieur. Oh, it's you, Edgeworth. And who are you? Wait, you were at the crime scene just now, weren't you? You shouldn't be disbarred for not knowing who I am. I am Francisca von Karma, and I am about to become the successor of the family name. About to? I guess that means that for now you're still just another kid. In which case, it's only natural that I didn't know who you are. What? Oh, why are you whipping me? Anyway, it seems that they're planning to hold evidence a bit longer. If there's one thing I can't stand, it's waiting. I'm terribly sorry, but I have a few more questions to ask you. Look at you! Eyebrows scrunched with lines on your forehead! To ask of you! What exactly is so funny? Sorry. I'm just bad at dealing with super serious atmosphere. Apparently, they failed to teach you proper behavior at a crime scene in law school. I feel much better now. So, what is it you want to talk about? I'd like to inquire as to where you were at the time of the murder. We were in defendant lobby number 1 the whole time, up until we heard the gunshot. And by we, I mean Mr. Bad. If you don't believe me, feel free to ask him yourself. You were with Detective Bad. Why? We had a little something to discuss after, that's all. So I take it that you are acquaintances with Detective Bad? Yeah, he was the detective in charge of the KG8 incident. Detective Bad is also related to that incident. That's right. He was the one who was supposed to protect my sister Cece. But you know how that turned out, don't you, Mr. Edgeworth? Miles Edgeworth! I have no idea what you two are talking about! I've heard of the KG8 incident from my father, but how does this case relate to you, Miss Yu? The victim in this case, CCU, was my little sister. You're making that super serious face again! I'm fine, really. Just make a point to rub some more salt in his wounds, in his wounded pride every time I see him. The way she talks about that while she's laughing away is kind of creepy. Oh, speaking of Mr. Bad, he and Mr. Faraday, I'd say they made up just about every single time the Yatagarasu made a move. It was practically a given that the two would meet up at every one of the crime scenes. I see. He did mention that he is in charge of the Yatagarasu investigation earlier. Maybe I should ask her what she knows about the Yatagarasu in more detail. You claimed that at the time of the murder you were with Detective Bad. But don't you lawyers usually discuss the trial with your clients during a recess? We do, and that's what I was planning to do. But Mr. Faraday was being rather threatening, and he dragged Mr. Rell away. After that, Mr. Bad came into lobby number 1, so we just stayed there and talked. And what did you talk with Detective Bad about? Nothing interesting. I just insulted him some. Just talked about how the trial was going, and then I insulted him some more. Bloody... When she's not laughing, her mouth seemingly spews nothing but insults. Anyway, Mr. Bad and I were in defendant lobby number 1 when the murders occurred, so I really can't tell you anything about the hallway in lobby number 2. I see. That's not what I meant to... I'd like to ask you a few questions about your client, Mr. Macrell. Now, your client first claimed to be the Yatagarasu. Is that correct? Yeah. Once I heard that it was the Yatagarasu that had made off with the evidence from KG8, I began to ask Mr. Rell all sorts of questions, but to no avail. Turns out Mr. Rell was not the Yatagarasu. He had just made it up. He made it up? Mr. Rell's crime was caught on tape by the security cameras, but there was no footage of him sneaking into the Kodopian embassy itself. Hold on for just 1 second! Then you mean to say that you knew that he was not the real Yatagarasu, and that he was just another cold-blooded killer, and you were ready to defend him? Yes, that's right. I see. So a defense lawyer is actually just someone whose job is to cover for criminals. That's why defense lawyers are so detestable, but they are no match for us von Karmas. Believe it, you're serious? Oh, why don't you save that face for something really worth being serious about? And Edgeworth, do you remember what I said earlier? No, my own agenda. I'm still on the hunt for leads regarding the KG8 incident, alright? And for that, you have not a single qualm about defending a known killer? Don't put words in my mouth. I said no such thing. The only way I had to get close to Mr. Rell was to be his lawyer. I had no intention of covering for him ever. So don't you dare suggest I was going to. I'm sorry. Forgive my rashness. Miss Yu, I was wondering if you could tell me about the Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu, huh? I don't really know much about the character myself, but I do get a lot of consultation requests from companies to defend them. Requests from companies? The Yatagarasu isn't some petty thief out for money, you know. Alright then, perhaps the Yatagarasu is in the business of stealing people's lives. You're not very funny or witty, are you, little Miss Montana? Francisca, be careful about who you whip. Shoots. Ow! You may be sued! There, I chose carefully, just like you wanted. That's just how it was hilarious, little Missy. Of course it was. Was it? What's wrong with these two women? Why does my pain give them delight? And, so, in the end, what is the Yatagarasu? I have to say, I had never even heard of this thief when I was in Germany. The Yatagarasu deals with information, namely in digging out dirt from backroom dealings and the like of companies. The Yatagarasu is a vigilante who steals such info and then makes it public for all to see.
Vigilante or not, this person sounds like just another criminal to me. I suppose you could put it that way too. But either way, I get a lot more clients now, thanks to that thief. Sounds like Miss Yu is profiting nicely. I suppose I've gotten all that I can out of Miss Yu. I should move and speak with Detective Gumshoe now. What's up, Gumshoe? How you doing? Detective Gumshoe.
Hey, it's you, pal. You're here. Ouch.
As I am. I don't think you needed to whip him to let him know that.
I didn't do it, pal. I swear on my honor as a detective, I really didn't.
Your words are useless. I place my trust only in evidence, detective. Once the investigation is fully over, you should we find out that you are the killer, there will be no mercy to be had for you.
Have a heart, pal.
But you're not worried, right? After all, you have nothing to worry about if you really are innocent, that is.
That's right. Hey, pal, go and do your perfect investigation and get the real killer for me, will you?
I would have done so, even had you not requested me to, detective. So you and Mr. Faraday had a small meeting last week, did you? And what exactly did you do to make him so angry?
I just asked Detective Pat the same thing myself, pal. Turns out he was mad at me because on my very first day as a detective, I reported it at my usual post instead of the Criminal Affairs Department. By the time I got down to Criminal Affairs, I was really, really late. And that's when he gave me a huge speech.
I remember doing the same exact thing in elementary school. On the very first day of school, every year, I'd always wind up going to my old classroom. How pathetic for the detective to be comparable to a mere schoolchild. You claimed to be standing guard in front of the door in Lobby 2 during recess. However, when did you receive the order to do so, and from whom?
Earlier at around 3:20, and from Detective Bad, pal. Today's trial took a really crazy turn, so I was told to make sure nothing happened to Mr. Faraday.
And yet something did happen to him, correct? It looks like it was a total waste of manpower to assign you to guard duty.
Ow! Your words sting worse than your whip, pal.
So it was Detective Bad who ordered him to stand guard, huh? Interesting. Now then, Detective Gumshoe, is there anything else you'd like to tell me?
Nope, not a thing, pal.
In that case, allow us to take a look at what you are carrying on your personage.
Wait, you can't do that.
There's nothing of any particular value here.
Oh, my handcuffs and my badge were confiscated by Detective Bad, so you know.
And what is that open envelope that's sticking out of your coat pocket?
Hands off, pal.
Just show it to us already.
Ow!
Annual bonus check within $5 total. Except there's no check inside.
You've had your look, now give it back, pal.
It's my first bonus as a brand new detective.
I just got it and cashed it today. I had literally no cash on me until I did, you know. So that envelope is really special to me. Now give it back.
You don't need rubbish like this. Don't worry, we'll throw it away for you later.
Oh, could you?
Okay. I'm sorry, but I need to take him for questioning now. I think I've asked him just about everything I needed to. No, wait. Since he became a suspect, there is one piece of evidence I should reconfirm. Officer, I ask that you wait a second. I still have one thing I need to reconfirm with Detective Gumshoe. Understood, but please make it brief, sir.
I want to hear from the horse's mouth. I must confirm whether or not his testimony about the crime occurred is the truth. You told me earlier that you heard no sound other than the gunshot out in the hallway. Is that correct?
No mistake about it, pal.
Then you are also claiming that no one passed through the hallway either. Is that also correct?
Yep. Not even a single ant passed through the hallway while I was on duty.
You do realize that the lie you're telling is really making life more difficult for yourself?
Huh? Oh. But it's true! I didn't see anyone go through the hallway, and I didn't hear anything else, pal. I bet the killer found a way to kill the two guys that's beyond what I can even imagine.
So he intends to continue telling this ridiculous lie. But why did he do so, given the situation he's in? I believe a thorough investigation of the hallway in front of the detective's lobby is in order.
Hi.
You...
Ow. Owie yowie.
How could you not have noticed that coming?
That kid's stronger than she looks.
Wasn't that the child I changed money for earlier? Kids. Can sometimes be so cruel. It looks like she dropped something.
Ooh, it's that cute little sis roll. Nom nom nom.
Maybe we should arrest the girl. She might turn out to be a valuable lead. I believe some sort of punishment may need to be dealt in the next time we meet. I believe I've also all that I need to of this man. Now, for Detective Bad and the judge. We have to confirm who is correct. The judge or that scruff face, right? I suppose we should inspect the hallway in front of the lobby too next then. I suppose so. Shall we head on over, Francisco? Whoop-de-doo. Actually, I want to go on here first. Wow. Any day now, I'll be taking my rightful place behind this bench. By that time, I should already be standing there. It'd be downright disgraceful if I beat you to it, wouldn't it? If that were to happen, Francisca, I'll be eating my cravat. It's the defense attorney's bench. I'd probably be standing on the side of the courtroom if that incident hadn't happened. What are you thinking about? Lately, the more wrinkly your face becomes, the less I'm able to read what you're thinking. Well, I never... have you know, I don't have a single wrinkle upon my youthful brow. Yeah, you've got a lot of them. Yeah, it's okay, Edgeworth. It's okay, Edgeworth. You're okay, Edgeworth. You'll just get a boyfriend instead. No one ever uses this bench here. It'd be real cool if they did, though, you know? It's the viewing gallery. This is where the riffraffs sit when they come to watch. It's situated at the same height as the judge's bench. I wonder if that's to represent the intense scrutiny of each and every case from all sides. Miles Edgeworth, are you or are you not man enough to stand up to all those eyes? What sort of course I'm man enough. They really do have true sibling communication. I love it. This must be the judge's desk. You can tell by the gavel sitting on top. I had a dream once about that I was being squashed from above by his gavel. You mean you have more than one type of dream? I'm so happy for you. You're such a weakling, Miles Edgeworth. You have no idea how frightening it was. Do you seriously only have, I don't know, do you have anything except nightmares, Edgeworth? It's really sad. It's the witness stand. I'll make sure that each and every person that ever stands here will be found guilty. There are others besides the defendant and that stand on this podium, you know? I don't care. Just make sure you never end up standing on one of those. Or you'll be sorry. I'll keep that in mind. Anyway, I'm done. Let's go. So, did you see anything else? No, I don't think so. I see. Well, thanks for your cooperation. Oh, it's nothing. Just doing my duty as a defender of the law. That'll be all for now. I'll ask again if I have any other questions. Anytime, Detective. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a few loose ends that I need to tie up. Oh, do you all just say that shit? God, he's short. Oh, you're the new prosecutor Mr. Von Karma recommended, right? My name is Miles Edgeworth, Your Honor. And I'm Manfred Von Karma's daughter, Franziska Von Karma. I'm set to become the successor of my genius father any day now, Your Honor. I see. As the new prosecutor, I bit my tongue. Are you alright, Your Honor? Please feel free to refer to me as just Miss Von Karma, Your Honor. As for him, just Edgeworth is fine. Apparently somebody doesn't feel that I'm worthy of a proper title. Oh. Very well then. I shall call you Miss Von Karma and Mr. Prosecutor Edgeworth. Your Honor, Mr. Edgeworth is fine now. Sir, now, about your earlier testimony. Yes, what about it, Mr. Edgeworth? I would like to ask you a few questions about what exactly you saw. Alright, after all, it's my duty to clarify my testimony as a defender of the law. I greatly appreciate your cooperation, Your Honor. Now, the first thing I will need to do is figure out that detective's exact movements. Fire extinguisher. Forensics. What you doing? It doesn't look like there's anything contradictory left in this area. I suppose not. Perhaps I should check somewhere else.
No, I want to look at things. I guess I can talk to the judge.
Your Honor, I'd like to ask a few questions if you don't mind. Where were you at the time of the murder? I don't understand. Do you suspect me or something? Do not. No, nothing of the sort, Your Honor. Very well. You may continue with your testimony. Your Honor, it's your testimony I'm after. Oh! I had no idea you were chasing after me or my testimony. I'm beginning to sense that I might want to avoid being in a trial run by this judge. Let's see here. Now then, how should I put this? When you get to my age, you need to pay more frequent visits to the restroom. If you go take a look through the window to the right of this hall, you'll see a small window. That's the window of the men's restroom. In other words, you can see clearly into this hallway from the men's restroom. When I was going to the restroom, that detective, Gumshoe, is it? It was just standing in front of the vending machines buying something from it. However, and this I couldn't believe, when I was about to exit the restroom, there was not a soul in the hallway anymore. Your Honor, if you could please calm down and explain it to me rationally. Oh, I'm really sorry. Please let me regain my composure. It was really suspicious. That's what my finely honed judge's intuition said. Although, well, until murders occurred, I just sort of brushed them off. Apparently, this judge doesn't understand the concept of staying calm. That's probably all I'm going to find out from His Honor. Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, may I continue with my other duties now? Yes, I'm sorry to have to hold you up, but thank you for your cooperation, Your Honor. Oh, anytime, Mr. Edgeworth, anytime. The judges in this country seem rather friendly. Yes, if not a little wishy-washy. However, I hear that they are known to hand down fair verdicts. It would appear that this vending machine sells snacks and various other foods. Who would want a vending machine a hot dog? That sounds gross. Just lovely. What will they think of next? Don't be a jerk in court, just like these beef jerks. One packet for $9. Defendant's fresh milk. 1/2 pint for $7. Stay neutral as the Swiss. Do until the end with these. For $6. They're awfully overpriced. The line is simply awful, period. Speaking of snacks, I wonder if that Swiss roll from the little girl dropped is from this machine. I was wondering about that myself. Hey, cashy cash. Limited time specials. I'm not paying $7 for a fucking hot dog. Defendant's fresh milk, what exactly is that supposed to mean? I bet it means that the milk is freshly milked by various defendants in the trial right now. No, I think it might mean that this was milked right here from the various defendants. Miles Edgeworth, you can't possibly be serious. Of course not. Oh, Miles, you got jokes now? Stay neutral as the Swiss do until the end with these. The end of what? Well, I assume it means the end of the trial. I suppose this means one should eat these during a recess? You can't eat during a trial, so I suppose the only time you can eat is now, huh? I wouldn't mind if you wanted to eat one now. They can come in packs of 2, after all. We're in the middle of this investigation. Besides, I don't have $6 on me. If you want, we can pool our money and buy a pack together. I have to split it with you, then I don't want it. Siblings. When it looks bad, blind your opposition with some OJ. Are they promoting violence? Don't worry, my whip will make sure that anybody following this advice won't be for long. Compared to the sting of the whip, the sting of orange juice may not be so bad. When you're in hot water, you might need a hot dog. Looks like the slogan was decided through a public contest. And the winner was Prosecutor Winston Payne. Okay. What a pathetic slogan. No presents at all. Now, if it was up to me, it would read, if you leave matters in Yvonne Karma's hands, everyone in court will be found guilty dogs.
Objection!
for rude. Oh my god, they're siblings. Don't be a jerk in court like these beef jerks. I see.
Objection!
Miles Edgeworth, wouldn't you agree that it's a very clever pun? Do you really think they put that much effort into the product name? Even a foolish fool who could understand the foolish thinking of the fool who made it up. You're acting so foolishly that I got so thoroughly mad and am now utterly famished. If you wanted a pack of these, all you had to do was ask the normal person. Don't let the prosecution and the defense make a ham sandwich out of you. Sounds like it's directed at that ham of a judge. Well, it certainly isn't directed at me. I can outmaneuver him any day. You're all adorable. What you doing? Did you find something, officer? I think there's a $5 bill back there. Come on, just a little more. Is there no one working this crime scene who isn't a total waste of living tissue? Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be a single person we can deem useful here. I mean, if you want to actually get it, I would line his stomach. You can get further in.
Wash dish.
What's this? It's a pink-colored piece of trash made of rubber, likely from a balloon. I feel like I've seen something like this before. Well, all I see is a piece of garbage. But, you know, the fact that there is a litterer running loose inside the courthouse is simply unforgivable. It's not like I was the one who littered. Rubbish belongs in the rubbish bin. What's the matter? I pricked myself on this cactus needle. I didn't think the needles on this thing would be so sharp. Well, what did you expect? Can you imagine how bad it would be if you were hit in the head with one of these? Anyway, this cactus seems to be unrelated to our case. Do you really think so? Because I believe this cactus sitting by the windowsill is completely related. Oh, well then, I look forward to your explanation on how exactly it is related. It's the one that popped the balloon. So this window on the other side belongs to the men's restroom. I can't see it. At your height, I'm not surprised. Yeah. I guess short people have feelings too. The ants are hard at work carrying their food. It's a marvel that they can pick up such comparatively large objects to their size. Well, if you want to carry the mighty Von Karman name and not be squished under it, you'd better work extra hard, just like these ants. Same goes for you, Francisco. What are these black speckles? I believe it's a pile of ants eating away. A detective? He claims that not even a single ant slipped by him. And yet, here's a whole hill of them. Ugh! What are you hitting me for? A replacement for that pathetic detective. Perhaps I should add this deduction to that detective's growing tab of paste cuts. Anyway, I wonder what the ants are eating. From the looks and smell of it, pieces of cake and chocolate from a Swiss roll. Miles Edgeworth? The courthouse is to be kept pristine at all times. Ugh. It wasn't me that dropped the food on the ground. The courthouse must be kept clean. Ugh. The dirt on this bench smells like some sweet substance. I can't believe there is someone going around dirtying the courthouse. For shame!
Hold it!
Calm down, Francisca. Now take a good look. Doesn't this smudge look kind of like a handprint to you? I suppose it could be. Which means that perhaps we can lift the prints of the person who sullied this bench. I see. Then we'll know the identity of our mysterious slob. You there, lab technician. Could you please find out who this handprint belongs to? Sir, yes, sir. I've got the results of the fingerprint analysis, sir. And do we know who they belong to? Sir, the fingerprints belong to Detective Gumshoe. Oh, interesting. Good work, officer. And there you have it. Yes, I suppose so. Now we know the identity of the person who dirtied the bench. I sense that you and I will be using this information in a very different ways. Ends are pouring out from the hole. Out of the hole in this bench as well. I wonder if the inside of this bench consists of nothing but ice. Don't you dare continue with that gross line of thought! I'm sorry. Yep. That'd be gross. That's gross to me too, Edward. Anyway, I haven't talked to you yet, sir. Hi, how you going? Detective Bad, I have something I wish to inquire about. Hey! How about doing some actual work, you? I wish to inquire about Detective Gumshoe's movements during the recess. I'm getting in the way of the investigation. I have an order from Mr. Von Karma himself. Please, I still hold investigative authority. Do I hear you when you... So I hear you were the one who called for Detective Gumshoe to come down here? Faraday. I was just accused, you know. I just knew something was gonna happen. My detective's instincts told me. A lot of good it did you. You couldn't even protect one lone prosecutor with it.
Hold it!
Francisca, I think you need to apologize. I'm sorry. I'm terribly sorry, Detective Bad. Please continue. I used the phone on the first floor, called the precinct, and told them to send somebody over. And that detective's the one that showed up. And only upon the arrival did you set Detective Gumshoe to stand guard, Detective Bad. Yeah, I waited for him on the first floor. After he got here, we came to the defendant's lobby together. As we entered the hallway, we ran into you. She told us that Faraday was really mad. And then he dragged Rel off to lobby number 2 to have a word or something. And that Faraday had said to not let anyone interrupt them. So what choice did I have? All I could do was tell the big lug to stand guard outside. And around that time did all of that take... And around what time did all that take place? Let's see. I think it was about 30 minutes before I heard the gunshot. After giving the big lug his assignment, he never left the hallway, not once. Oh! And how can you make such a claim? Well, the guards out in the floor's main lobby swore to me he didn't. If the detective never left the hallway, then where did he disappear off to? That's simple. He must have gone into lobby number 2, just as I suspected. You and I, we were in lobby number 1 next door. The only one without an alibi is Gumshoe. It would seem that I am still missing some key piece of evidence. Detective Bad, you also heard the gunshot, did you not? Yeah. I heard it when I was in the defendant lobby number 1. That's why I came running towards lobby number 2 together with you.
How much time elapsed between you hearing the gunshot and your arrival on the scene? Less than a minute. What were your movements upon hearing the gunshot? Grabbed the big mug, who was just walking around in the hallway, and raced into lobby number 2. And that's when we discovered the bodies, in that order. That makes you discoverer of the crime scene, right? Yeah, guess it does. Little mess. I'm about to become a prosecutor very soon. You will treat me with the dignity I deserve, or else. You leave that thing around anymore. I'll have you arrested for obstruction. You wouldn't dare! Just joking. Detective Bad is really something he can make. Is really something if he can make Francisca behave. Are we about done? Is there anything else I should ask him about? That's not what I was gonna do. I'd like for you to tell me the exact time you heard the gunshot. It was around the end of the recess, and the trial was about to start again. I see. He was supposed to make time for himself to transfer the evidence he was holding, but I got the sense he wasn't gonna show the handoff. So I figured I should go get him, or he'd be late. And just as I thought that, dang, sound of a gunshot hit my eardrums. So we heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to restart. Are we done here? I don't have any time to waste. Oh, come on. All you're doing is standing in front of the door doing nothing. Get the sense. Probably he is keeping us under surveillance. But to what end? Detective Bad, may I ask that you cooperate with us just a bit longer? I don't have anything else to say to the two of you. You guys are the ones who said you wanted to investigate in the first place. Fine then, be obstinate. We'll just do as we please. Come on, Miles. You may no longer be willing to help us, however. May I ask for the forensic scientist's cooperation? Do as you like. Alright. What do I have here? Lobby number 2 window. No human can climb through these barred windows. Some flowers in the air. Trash. Cactus. This pink rubbery substance. I saw this in a different form earlier today. I believe this is a piece of a popped balloon. I suppose it's possible. The balloon probably got a little too close to our friend on the windowsill cactus. That would be the logical conclusion, yes. Huh. This... These bits of chocolate cake, could they not have come from a Swiss roll? A Swiss roll? Why would a courthouse sell a thing like that? It may not seem like the right venue, however, it is being sold right over there. The vending machine. Oh, I see. Stay neutral as the Swiss do until the end with these. 2 for $6? Talk about expensive. Leaving the fact that it's on the expensive side aside, the fact that the cake crumbs and chocolate bits were found in this hallway suggests that they come from a Swiss roll that was purchased from this machine. I think I have a pretty clear picture of what happened here now.
Naturally. After all, I'm here, aren't I? Detective Gumshoe must have sat on this bench and ate the Swiss roll. And as he ate, he dropped it on the floor and sullied the bench. Ugh. How could he not have cleaned it up after himself? How utterly despicable. Don't you dare whip me again. It wasn't I who made the mess in the first place. Anyway, if it was indeed Detective Gumshoe who bought the Swiss roll, that creates a rather interesting contradiction of facts. A contradiction? Where? Oh. Because he only had $5 on him.
Eureka!
About Detective Gumshoe's finances, he said that until this morning, he didn't have even a single penny to his personage. Just how poor is that guy? If his bonus really was only $5, then he should not have been able to purchase a pack of Swiss rolls. However, facts being as they are, we found cake crumbs on the floor. Meaning Scruffy must have bought a pack somehow. Indeed. That detective should not have been able to purchase a pack, and yet he did. The question is how? Hydration. I believe I have a very firm grasp of what happened here. Ugh. Well, I do too. Alright, Francisca. Would you care to share what conclusions you've come to? What should I do? Why should I do that? We're still in the middle of a competition, you know. We should be checking to see if your conclusions are wrong first, so you go ahead. It's almost cute that she's going this far to ensure she wins. Almost. Very well, but first we need to pay His Honor a visit to correct his testimony. Hell yeah! Oh, my body is so sore. I need to stretch. Hello, Your Honor. I didn't realize you were short, you know? It's kind of weird. I don't know why I assumed you were tall. Or maybe Edgeworth is just kind of tall. But, you're short, man. You're short. Edgeworth is pretty fucking tall. He's tall. He's also taller than Manfred. How fucking tall is everyone? I need to Google that. Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to test your witness testimony to see how it stands. Do you doubt me? Am I your new suspect? In a sense, I suppose you could say that. Even you, a judge, are nothing but a common witness before a Von Karma. Silence in the courtroom. Silence, I say. Mr. New Prosecutor recommended by Mr. Von Karma Edgeworth, and you bit your tongue again, didn't you? As a defender of the law, I could never give false testimony. You can even place me under oath if you want. Very well then, your testimony, if you please. Hello, Judge. During the recess, I went to the restroom. There was a window on the hallway side to the... In other words, I could see into the hallway. As I entered, I saw the detective buying something from the vending machine. But when I was about to exit the restroom, he had completely disappeared. A detective that goes missing while on duty. That sounds mighty suspicious to me. Your Honor, can you please try to remain calm? Oh. I'm so used to simply listening to testimonies that I got caught up in the excitement.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to spoil your fun now. So which piece should I be presenting? I think this one. We should do the fingerprints. That's what I'm thinking. He at the end of the vending machine, and he was buying something. When I was about to exit the restroom, he had completely disappeared from your line of sight.
Objection!
What was that finger wag for, Mr. Edgeworth? And don't you know it's rude to shout objection while someone is giving testimony? If you truly are a man of the law, then you must always be vigilant. For example, I never let an opportunity to shout objection pass me by. Miles Edgeworth. It's one thing to be passionate about your job, but this is real life. This is what some people may say is the pot calling the kettle black. Your Honor, I wonder if you might take a look at this for me. What is that filth? How dare someone dirty the hallway bench like that? Who is the culprit? That party is hereby found guilty of uncleanliness. If you must know, the uncouth bench sullier has already been placed under arrest thanks to your earlier testimony, Your Honor. Oh, well, that's good. But who was it? We were able to discover something from the smudge on the bench, namely Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints.
Not happy with committing just murder, he had to go and dirty the courtroom too? Guilty.
Your Honor, please calm down. While it's true that the detective is the one who made the mess on the bench, we have not yet established that this action is related to the double murder. What do you mean? I believe that the detective bought a pack of Swiss rolls from the vending machine, and then promptly sat down on the bench to eat one. The cake crumbs and pieces of chocolate on the floor of under the bench, and Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints prove the conclusion to be true. Oh, but I still don't understand. Is this whole thing related to how I couldn't see him as I was leaving the restaurant? It is, indeed. The window in the hallway was built rather high up into the wall, at around a grown adult's chest height. As evidence, I submit that Francisca herself was unable to see out of the window. Ugh. I knew I shouldn't have used her height as evidence. Basically, what this means is that the area directly under the hallway window is a blind spot when the hallway is being viewed from the men's restroom. It seems that you have made the connection. If someone were to sit on the bench under the window... Yes, even someone as large as Detective Gumshoe would effectively disappear from sight. What? Do you finally see, Your Honor? Your testimony has just proven that Detective Gumshoe was in the hallway the entire time. Ah, sorry. I didn't mean to say it with that much enthusiasm. But I wanted to was try and say it once. Here, let me try that again. Hold it. Is there something of value you'd like to say? Yes, actually there is. I remembered something else just now. Mr. Edgeworth, please allow me to testify to the court one more time. Even if we overruled him, he'd just keep on talking, wouldn't he? That might not be a bad thing. The more info, the better in a perfect investigation, right? I suppose it's possible. I can't
I can't see a seated person from the restroom window. However, that doesn't mean that Detective Gumshoe was sitting there when I looked. Anyway, I forgot to testify earlier that about probably the most important detail. As I was leaving the restroom, I heard a loud bang of a gunshot. How was that? That is the testimony of one who judges the crimes of others. Your Honor, could you try to state the important facts first next time? I agree. Before you go around judging others, you should learn to judge your own words. Yeah, I'm sorry. But honestly, I thought that sound was just a noise popper until just now. Now that he mentions it, right before we restarted the trial, he did talk about that. Oh, by the way, is there someone celebrating their birthday during the recess? I could have sworn I heard a popper go off. Come to think of it, the other day with my grandson. The most critical point in his argument is when did the judge look into the hallway, and whether that lines up with when the gun was actually fired. Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to clarify a few details in your testimony. As I was leaving the bathroom... Your Honor, about what you just said. I know, I couldn't believe it myself. Bang went the gunshot. Wow. Your Honor, please remain calm when you're trying to explain yourself to me. Yes, sir. Sorry about that. Well then, I must gather myself, yes. When I heard the gunshot, there was no one in the hallway. I should know, I looked. There was no one there. The judge's emotion circuits appear to be stuck in overreact. At this point, nothing stands out to me as a contradiction in his testimony. Francisca, if I'm correct, his testimony is hardly precision quality. I know that. And that's why I said at this point. I think my first line of attack will be to draw more information out of His Honor.
Hold it!
As we established, you went to the restroom during the recess. However, at what point in the recess did you look into that hallway? After I called for a recess, I handled the change of prosecutor paperwork. About 20 minutes until we reconvened? Yes, that sounds about right. Just what I was expecting. What you were expecting? I demand to know what that all-knowing smile is for? Your Honor, that statement you made just now was very important. I'd like for you to append it to your testimony. Alright, if you insist. 20 minutes before we reconvened. Whereas... Right, the gunshot was heard right before the start of the trial.
Objection!
I can't allow you to make an objection. What? Your Honor, I'm really sorry, but I can't allow you to not allow me to make an objection. Egads, I've been overruled! Your Honor, there are simply too many holes in your testimony for my case. What do you mean by that? You claim that you heard the gunshot during the recess, but that is simply not possible. Mr. New Prosecutor recommended by mansion. Instead of biting your tongue, what the fuck were you saying, Francisca? Biting your tongue? Why don't you bite? Biting your tongue? Why don't you bite your tongue on those preposterous names? What does that fucking mean? I see you have no mercy for the elderly either, Francisca. Don't talk back to me unless you want to be whipped in the back.
With your height, you need a stepladder or 4 to accomplish that.
She's not that short. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness, I love siblings. Mr. Edgeworth. My ears are not that far gone yet. I'll have you know, I can still hear you just fine. And I heard the sound of a gunshot loud and clear with my own 2 ears. Your Honor, I have here an interesting bit of testimony. It's from Detective Baird. And according to him, he heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to start again. What did you just say? Your Honor, you just said that you heard the gunshot about 20 minutes before we were to reconvene. How do you explain this glaring contradiction? I can't be! Unfortunately, this is the truth. But I heard it clear as day. Bang! That loud sound of a gunshot. Sound of a gunshot. We keep returning to the point of contention, and that piece of evidence, I always did wonder why I found it where I did. However, now I understand what the gunshot the judge heard really was. Fortunately, Your Honor, this is what really produced the gunshot you heard.
Take that!
I found this object in the hallway earlier. What is this pink substance? It's not... It may not look it, but it's actually a piece of a balloon. I see. And I suppose you would like me to accept that pink balloon into the court record? Your Honor, I present this piece of evidence in order to overrule your testimony. What? Your Honor, your argument goes as follows. You saw no one in the hallway when you heard the gunshot. Now, there is no guarantee that the detective was sitting on the bench at the time, therefore you believe he must have been at the crime scene, defendant lobby number 2. Am I correct? Yes, that's exactly right. Let me ask you something. Do you think that the gunshot you heard was produced by a real gun? I think I've said enough that even you can figure the rest out on your own. Your Honor, you were fooled by the popping of a balloon into thinking it was a gunshot. What manner of trickery is this? That was a good effort you put forth, Miles Edgeworth. But if it was me, I'd have wrapped this thing up before the judge even testified. Care to elaborate on how one ends before it even begins? Well, to be honest, I think that the sound of this sound was a bit off from a real gunshot sound. But who could have guessed that something would pop a balloon in a place like this? That's true. One doesn't usually, think balloons is in conjunction with the courthouse. I want to trade these coins with you. That's it. The balloon the girl was holding, it explains everything. Your Honor, if it makes you feel any better, you didn't lie once in your testimony. However, I can't really vouch for its accuracy. Giving testimony could be such a difficult thing to do. What have I done? I owe Detective Gumshoe a very, very big apology. I will see to it myself that he is released. Wait. There are still a few things I have yet to resolve about what happened in the hallway. Your Honor, I request your permission to further question Detective Gumshoe. But why? I thought we just cleared his name. Whether we did just now or not, I still cannot say. The only thing I can do for now is to continue my quest for the perfect explanation. And to that end, I must resolve the remaining issues pertaining to the events that occurred in the hallway. Very well. Bailiff, please bring the Detective Gumshoe into the courtroom. I must fulfill my mission and find the perfect explanation for this case. Hi, Gumshoe!
What is it now? Is it time for my trial already? I've already told you a gazillion times, pal, I didn't do it.
I'll be the judge of that, Detective Gumshoe.
No, you won't. I'll be the judge of that.
No. I'm the judge here, and I'll be the judge of that.
Why can't you guys be a little less judgmental?
Yes, well, speaking of hasty judgments, Detective Gumshoe, I'm afraid I must apologize for my error in judgment on my part. Your Honor, I don't believe you should apologize just yet. We have yet to prove he is completely innocent of the crime. I guess so.
What are you guys talking about?
In any case, I would like you to testify as to your actions while you were on guard duty. And please remember you are not on trial. This is just a part of the investigation. As such, you may still be found to be innocent. However, if you should give false testimony...
Ow!
My whip will object loud and clear. If you are found to be lying, you will be held indefinitely, understood.
I gotcha, pal.
Thinking back to the state of the crime scene and the judge's testimony, it's obvious that Detective Gumshoe was lying, and if I can't break his lie, then we may never get a break in this case.
I came down here to the courtroom on Detective Bad's orders. As soon as I got here, he ordered me to stand guard in front of lobby number 2. From that time on until I heard the gunshot, I was in the hallway the whole time. On my honor as a detective, I swear it wasn't me, pal.
He's still singing the same tired tune. In that case, I'll just have to change the melody. I know he's lying, and it's time I pulled information I needed out of him.
Hold it!
You claim to have been in the hallway the whole time. However, is it not a fact that you did something while you were in the hallway?
Of course I did something. I guarded the door to lobby number 2, pal. What else?
Very well then, and what exactly does guarding that door entail?
Well, I know, but it's simply... Oh, I know. It was my job to stand in front of the door without moving an inch.
Oh. Detective Gumshoe, you mean to tell me that you didn't take a single step away from the door to lobby number 2? Is that really what you wish to testify to the effect of?
You got it, pal. I didn't take a single step away from that door, just like I was ordered to. Why is everyone so quiet all of a sudden?
Because we are all in shock and in awe of your utter stupidity.
Scruffy, if you're going to lie, at least tell us a more believable one.
I'm not lying. They should hurry up and bring this insipid testimony to a close.
Objection!
I have an objection.
What is it, pal?
Detective Gumshoe, I wonder if you might recognize this from somewhere.
Hey, it's one of those things. The courthouse special Swiss rolls, right, pal?
Precisely. In that case, I suppose that you also recall the sullied hallway bench?
Hey, what?
I think it was probably me that did that. Detective Gumshoe, you know you can't go around dirtying all the courthouse like this.
You inconsiderate slovenly pig.
Weird way of saying that?
I promise to clean it up later, I swear.
Now then, shall we get down to business? About the fact that you didn't move from a single step from the front of that door. If that really were the case, then how were you able to buy a pack of Swiss rolls? Furthermore,
more. If you didn't move a single step from the front of that door, how did you manage to get the bench dirty with your grubby hands? Ouch! It appears that Francisca's whip can do more damage than my words alone can. Alright, I confess, pal. I was hungry, so I bought a pack for myself, okay? I thought I'd get chewed out again if anyone found out about me eating on the job. So I didn't want to say anything. Well, unfortunately for you, I saw you do the whole dastardly deed. I clearly saw you buying a pack of Swiss rolls from the vending machine. Okay. I'm sorry for lying, but that's all I'm sorry for. You got that because I'm not holding anything else back.
That last statement. You may sound like it makes sense. However, there is something I don't quite believe about it. Are you sure you're not withholding further information from us?
Of course not. I'm not. I got nothing else to hide now.
Oh, if only that were true, Detective Gumshoe.
But it is true, pal. I swear there's nothing else.
Detective Gumshoe, I'm sure you are aware of the price of a pack of Swiss rolls, correct?
Remind me again, pal.
That vending machine in the hallway is selling a pack of 2 Swiss rolls for $6 a pack. And yet, according to you, you didn't have any cash on you until you cashed your $5 annual bonus check. Is that right? Let me ask then, how did you manage to purchase a pack all by yourself? Can you provide me with a proper explanation to that?
I told you I bought it myself, pal. There wasn't anyone else in the hallway with me. So there's no one who could have helped me buy it. Wait, don't tell me. You got some kind of proof that there was someone else in the hallway, don't you?
Correct.
As if you could. I mean, there's no chances of...
Oh, wait, you do? Of course I do.
What? How?
Take that!
Oh.
Well then, okay. Proof that someone else was in the hallway. I can't believe they're selling Swiss rolls like these in vending machines these days. Yes, and I can't believe it's $6 for 2. I mean, who charges that much for a common as junk food? Francisca, if you want one, all you have to do is buy one yourself.
Oh, Mupai! No, Mupai, let me say hi to you first. Hi. Hi, Mupai. Hi.
I'm working right now. It won't do for me to eat while there's a case to be solved.
Your idea of working is vastly different from mine.
Bye bye, Mupai.
He looks pretty much open to me.
Take that!
Hey, you showed me not 2 seconds ago, pal. You showed that to me not 2 seconds ago, pal.
I think you're under a mistaken impression that I bought this pack of rolls.
Wait, you didn't buy it? Then that means you must have stolen it, you thief.
What? I would never do such a thing.
Oh, you liars are the same. You start out as thieves, you're under arrest, pal.
I believe you meant to assert that all thieves start out as liars. And in that case, what does that say about you, Detective? This particular Swiss roll was dropped by a certain someone. There were 2 rolls in this package. You ate one of them, but you then gave the other one to a certain other person, didn't you?
No way, pal! You've got it all wrong. I ate both of them.
It would appear that we've caught you at last.
Hey, don't you do anything bad to that girl. It appears that they do know each other after all. So why do you continue to come up to me and kick me? Have I wronged you somehow?
I have a name, and it's Kay.
Kay what?
Kay Faraday.
Faraday. Are you perhaps Mr. Faraday's daughter?
I'm not you. I'm Kay.
Kay. You know, good little girls don't kick other people. Especially not hard enough to leave big nasty bruises like the way you did.
Well then, you shouldn't have put Gummy under arrest, mister. Gummy.
My guess is she's talking about Detective Gumshoe. What a cute nickname you've given him.
Gummy didn't do anything wrong. Okay.
It appears that I will need to speak with her a bit in more detail.
Rawr. Fine.
Now then, okay. She's like a stray cat. I wonder if I should feed her something.
Take that!
Okay, I promise to give this to you if you calm down.
Ooh, that's Miss Roll.
It really belongs to you though, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'm saving it for Daddy.
Oh my. Your father, he's...
Don't say another word, pal. She doesn't know yet. Thanks for watching out for me, Gummy. But I already know about Daddy. I overheard the guards talking about how he's not here anymore.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry I couldn't protect him. Okay. I'm not gonna cry. I'm not gonna cry. I'm not. It's alright. Let it all out. Your father just passed away after all. I myself was involved in a case at this courthouse when I was a young child. A case in which my father, who was a defense attorney, passed away. All of my dreams of becoming a lawyer were crushed into fine ash on that nightmarish day. Even now, the wound festers deep in the depths of my soul. Ever since that incident, I've dedicated myself to locking away every criminal I can. And now, I have this happen right in front of me. This child, I feel a certain shed fate, common bond between us. Is this what it feels like to want to be a father? This is strange. Miles Edgeworth, what sort of gentleman are you? Are you going to stand there and watch a lady cry? You're right. Sorry about that. Okay. Here. Oh, how about you use this handkerchief here and dry your little eyes? Oh. Well, gross, but there, little Kay. My cravat! Don't blow your nose on that!
I feel better now, thanks.
Oh, I feel deep disgust. Okay, are you going to be alright?
Yep, I'm already alright.
Somehow, I highly doubt that, but I'm not going to push it.
I promise, Daddy, I'd never cry in front of strangers.
And you're a good kid, aren't you, Kay? You always keep your promises, right?
That's right. Even if I can't see Daddy anymore, I'm still going to keep all my promises.
You're a very brave girl, okay? You're a very good child for keeping the promises you made to your papa. I'll even testify that you didn't cry just for you.
Thank you very much, lady.
It's nothing. I'm only telling the truth after all. It would appear that because her father was a respected prosecutor, Francisca is sympathetic to Kay's feelings. Kay, what kind of person was your father?
Daddy was a hero of justice. His job was to catch all the bad people in the world.
So, to you, a prosecutor is a hero of justice, huh? I suppose we are, in a sense, as we are the ones who seek guilty verdicts of criminals.
Plus, you know what? Whenever I came to the courthouse, Daddy would buy me my absolute favorite treat, Swiss rolls.
Oh?
I want to be a hero of justice someday, just like Daddy. So, I've been working really hard.
I see. And what have you been working hard on?
I've been working hard to keep all the promises Daddy and I made together.
A promise notebook. May I take a look inside, Kay?
Sure, okay.
It appears to be an exchange diary of sorts between father and daughter. Mr. Faraday's writing conveys a sense of the kind man he was. This little notebook just might come in handy later. Oh, thank you for showing it to me, Kay. Can I actually read it? I can. Promise 1, never take things from a stranger. Promise 2, never go anywhere with a stranger. Promise 3, always greet people with a smile, even people you don't know. Promise 4, never cry in front of strangers. Promise 5, always try your hardest to learn about things you don't understand. Daddy's job is to make sure that everyone follows the rules. Okay, be a good girl and promise that you'll keep your promises to me, okay? Love, your Daddy. I see. A lot of not doing things in front of strangers. I hope you'll continue to work hard and become a hero just like your father.
I'm gonna try. Hey! So, I'm a detective that catches bad people too, right?
That makes me a hero too.
Yeah, you're really cool too, Gummy.
Yeah, aren't I, Kay? What is with the two of them? I hand down verdicts of justice. That makes me a hero too. Yes, and thanks to your oh-so-heroic testimony, you almost painted that Detective Gumshoe as a vile criminal and sent him off to jail. I'm really sorry about that.
Gummy is not a bad man, okay?
That poor judge. He's been treated like a vile criminal rather than a hero of justice. It appears that you and Detective Gumshoe are good friends, Kay.
Yeah, we're friends.
So, in that case, would you mind telling me a little more about him? So I take it that you ran into Detective Gumshoe earlier?
Yep. I was on my way to see Daddy when I saw Gummy sitting there. He was standing in the hallway, staring really hard at the vending machine, so I said hi.
And when was this?
Huh? Oh, before everything got crazy.
How long were you two together?
We only talked for a little while, and then we went on our own ways.
That's right, pal. Kay and I only talked for a little while, and that's it. Oh, which means we have now confirmed that Kay was in the hallway during the recess. Isn't that right?
You got me. I told you to stop picking on Gummy, mister.
Very well then. I'll just have to speak with the good detective in private later. Were you the one who bought this pack of Swiss rolls there?
Well, I don't really have a lot of money. And I somehow made $1 out of all the pennies and quarters I had. But it still wasn't enough, and I really, really wanted one.
Come to think that she did come and ask me to exchange a handful of change for $1. And that's when you came and asked me to change your money, correct?
Yeah, thanks a bunch for doing that, mister.
Sure. And let me ask you, even with that $1, you still didn't have money, correct?
Well, that's why.
Hey, if you bully Kay anymore, I'm gonna have to arrest you, pal.
Need I remind you that you're the one already under arrest? Ow. I sense that Kay is going to be less than forthcoming with this question.
Sorry, about your roughly thing?
Yes, well, now it's positively drenched in nasal mucus. Don't worry, Kay, I have a spare. So, here, you could have this one.
But Daddy said never take things from a stranger.
It's one of the promises you made when you promised the book, correct?
Yeah, look, see, it's right here on this page.
Alright then. I'm not giving it to you. I'm merely allowing you to borrow it. You can take it home, wash it nice and clean, and then give it back to me the next time we meet.
Okay, and Daddy never said I couldn't borrow things from a stranger.
Now then, Detective Gumshoe.
Uh-oh.
I believe it is now crystal clear that you were with little Kay in the hallway.
I told you to stop being mean to Gummy.
Miles Edgeworth, there is still something you have yet to resolve. I beg your pardon. You still haven't offered an explanation as to why that man would lie to us. That's... well...
Gummy, don't tell me you lied for my sake.
Hey, don't worry about it, Kay. Everything's gonna be okay. Oh, so that's why. So, what was the Detective Gumshoe's motive for lying? If you can't explain that, then you can't call this a perfect investigation. His reason for lying is very simple. What? Here is what I believe is his reason. From simple observation of the detective's actions and his interactions with Kay, it's obvious that the detective was lying for the young girl's sake. And this piece of evidence will show you exactly why. Which piece of evidence proves the detective was lying on account of Kay?
Take that!
No, I don't think so, but I wanted to give it a try anyway. Why are they all teasing me all of a sudden? Although it's possible that perhaps I made a mistake. Why would he lie for Kay's sake? Very good question. What would... It's a very pretty pen. I agree, Edward. This is gorgeous. It seems Mr. Faraday has a habit of using very nice fountain pens. Really? Because my papa uses fountain pens that are much, much nicer than this. The way he signs his names with those pens makes his signature look like an art piece. I'm surprised Mr. Von Karma has to sign anything. I thought he'd have a crest stamp made. Yeah, I would think so too. Gorgeous. Why can I inspect this pen though? This looks like I cornered in. Well, my ballpoint pen is much easier to write with. You're obviously still too young to appreciate the finer points of the fountain pen. Don't treat me like a child! I wouldn't have if you would only grow up.
Interesting. It is weird that I can inspect this. Usually means there's a detail on it. Look at this baby. It would appear that the bag was actively used in the murder of Mr. Faraday. Wait, isn't it possible that the killer left his fingerprints on the inside of it then? Sorry, but it looks like the killer was very careful not to leave any evidence behind. Oh, sounds like we have a very clever killer on our hands. Which means that, on second thought, maybe that detective didn't do it after all.
Take that!
Can you guys shut up? The reason he lied. The reason he lied? Heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to start again.
Take that!
I don't know. I mean, I can brute force this because I'm not actually losing anything else. I don't actually think I know. 2 yards away. Friday's killer.
Take that!
I'm sorry, Edgeworth. I legitimately have no explanation for you, and you're lucky that this is one thing that I can brute force.
Take that!
Oh my god, Judge, fucking shut up. Literally had no money. He's so broke.
Take that!
Why is he so poor? Someone give this man money. He deserves it. Like, he worked so hard. Gumshoe worked so hard, and yet they give him no cash whatsoever. And it's really sad when you think about it. Like, doesn't
Take that!
doesn't he deserve it? Doesn't he deserve it? I think he does. I think he deserves to be paid. At the very least, he should get extra. His base salary should be more than a regular man's base salary.
Take that!
Simply by the fact that he he should be being paid hazard pay, considering the fact that he's a fucking police officer. I still can't use fucking profiles.
Take that!
Yes, everyone can.
Take that! Take that! Take that!
Who's Detective Gumshoe was lying on account of Kate? I presented basically everything. How have I not just stumbled onto the correct answer?
Take that!
I'm so confused.
Take that!
Okay. Well, I don't... Okay, I'm taking brute force on this. I presented basically everything. I might have missed something, but I feel like I presented basically everything. Did I not present that already? I thought I already presented that. Okay. Well, I thought I'd already...
Take that!
I thought I'd already presented that. I thought I presented everything on that page, but I guess I didn't. I thought that was like one of the first things I presented, but I guess not. I guess I accidentally clicked something else. Mr. Faraday and Kay's promise notebook. How does this explain anything? If you could take a look at this page, it's clearly written that Kay should never take things from a stranger. When Detective Gumshoe heard about the promise, he tried to cover for Kay. What foolishly foolish fool's fool of a foolish reason for a fool? Ew!
Honey, you lied because of me, didn't you?
Because I'm your friend, Kay, that's why.
Mommy?
At long last, Detective Gumshoe, can you please tell us the whole truth now? This is no beating you, huh, pal? Okay, I'll spill the goods. I've been standing on guard for a while. I was getting really hungry, and that snack vending machine was taunting me. But all the cash you had was $5, and that wasn't enough to buy anything, right? After all, the cheapest item in that machine is $6 pack of Swiss rolls. Yeah, but then, like an angel from heaven, Kay showed up.
I was thinking about sharing a snack with Daddy, so I wanted to buy a Swiss roll. I only have $1 in coins. So we pulled my $5 and her $1 together, and bought a snack with Swiss rolls together. And I was worried about breaking one of my promises, so then Gummy said,
Mr. Faraday is one scary guy when he gets mad.
but don't worry, you won't get in trouble if I don't tell him, right? Besides, you bought it for me. So you didn't really get it from me, did you? He told me it'd be okay. And he gave me a whole roll to save and give to Daddy.
Who knew that Scruffy could be so considerate? He loves children, it's adorable. Indeed. Detective, I take it that you then sat down at the bench and ate the roll together?
Yeah, we split the roll and ate it right then.
That sweet taste of that cake. Cake's chocolate. I'll never forget it as long as I live, pal. Anyway. Okay, I believe this also belongs to you.
Oh, that's from the balloon I popped.
It's bad manners to leave garbage lying around, Kay.
I'm sorry.
Well, I guess
can't blame you for throwing this one piece away. It was sitting high on the windowsill where you couldn't see it. So, just this once, I'll forgive you. But that balloon, I wanted to surprise Gummy a little, so I popped it on purpose. Because of me, Gummy dropped his half of the Swiss roll. Wow, you got me there, pal. But I thought I should give Gummy this other roll. And then I saw you picking on Gummy, mister.
So you kicked me, is that it?
You sure are a feisty one. I'm really sorry, mister.
It's alright, I'm perfectly unharmed. But about this Swiss roll, would it be alright with you if I held onto it until Detective Gumshoe's cleared of all charges and free to go?
Yeah, sure! Just make sure you give it to Gummy afterwards, okay?
Of course, I promise. Now then, I believe we have proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that Detective Gumshoe was in the hallway for the entire duration of this duty, which undeniably proves that Detective Gumshoe could not have committed the death of Texas. Actually, it proves just the opposite, Edgeworth. You've just shown that Detective Gumshoe was the only one who could have committed the crime. What do you mean?
It's quite rude to eavesdrop, Miss you. I'm getting lectured on manners. A girl with a penchant for whipping people. What? How dare you talk back with such insolence? Hi, Money. Yes, hi, I am smart. Thank you for noticing. You're wrong, lady. Gummy's not the bad guy.
Oh, and what have we here? What is a child doing here in the courthouse? Bailiff, please take this child away. What? Miss Callisto, that girl is Mr. Faraday's. I know. What? So what? You think that just because she's the victim's daughter, she gets to run wild all around the crime scene? I think it's actually quite dangerous for her to speak nothing of getting underfoot. I suppose you're right. However, as long as we're in agreement on that point, let's get back to the real issue at hand. Now then, Detective, you were in front of the door to lobby number 2 the entire time, correct? Yeah, but... You see, isn't it obvious that it could only be the detective? He is the only person who could have gone into the lobby number 2 at the time of the murders. I have no counter-argument to that. Don't worry, I've already put in the necessary paperwork for his formal arrest. But the investigation's far from over. Oh, that's right. I was going to speak with you about that. Don't you think it's reckless to talk to the suspect out in the open in that yard? I suppose it is. Well, as someone with more experience in law than you, allow me to share something. Always keep a good eye on a criminal, or you may regret what comes from your negligence. Oh, Miles! I can't believe you're letting a woman lecture you like this. This is unforgivable as a disciple of Von Karma. Down, Tigress! Now then, I'll be looking forward to the results of your investigation. So, we're back to square one. Actually, this is a last chance. I can tell that if we fail to solve this case, Detective Gumshoe will be formally charged under all the circumstantial evidence. This investigation is not over yet. There's still one location we have yet to inspect. It's where Detective Bad and Miss Yu were at the time of the crime, lobby number 1. Hell yeah, bro! You know, with a name like Detective Bad, I'm sure he's a great guy. Yo, another decorative plant. Oh, you guys got a coffee machine? Well, you guys also have a TV? Why is there a TV in fucking ballrooms? This is an incredibly overpowering sweet scent. I know, right? Look at him. He couldn't possibly be anything but a great guy. Smells like flowers.
Uncle Pads? Is this it?
Isn't that Detective Bad and Caitlin? It looks like she managed to escape the bailiff. No, that's not quite it.
Aw, too bad.
But it's so pretty. I think you're still a bit too young to be wearing that. But since you found it, I guess I can let you keep it.
Thanks, I'll treasure it always.
Those two seem to get along rather well. Oh, here. I've got something else for you.
Yay! Thank you, Uncle Pads. Earlier, I ate one of these with Gummy.
Gummy? Oh, you mean Gumshoe.
Gummy is... He was trying to be nice to me because I was gonna get in trouble. He got in trouble because he lied to protect me. Gummy. I know you didn't kill Daddy.
Don't cry. Faraday would be sad if he saw you crying.
I'm not crying.
Okay.
Oh, it's the mister from before and the lady too.
Don't you think it would be a good idea to go home for the time being? You're not involved in the investigation, so it's for the best if you do.
Actually, I'm Uncle Bad's assistant, so I'm related to the investigation.
Is that so, Detective Bad? Yeah, I guess. What? You were just scolding us like kids to not mess up the crime scene. And now you let this child run free? Why? People are free to investigate things outside of the actual crime scene. You also had a few things you wanted to look into. Problems with it? I don't have a problem with that, but I'm curious as to what Miss Hughes will be into.
Uncle Bad, I'm gonna look somewhere else now, okay?
Alright, I'm counting on you.
Oh, that's right. Hey, mister.
What is it?
No, Gummy really isn't the bad guy. I mean... So, please, find the real bad guy, okay?
I won't forgive whoever did this. But in the absence of the perfect piece of testimony and evidence, there is no one else who could be the culprit other than Detective Gumshoe. She wandered off while I was wondering.
Hold on. How you going?
Detective Bad, what exactly was Kate searching for? Nothing that concerns you, boy. Oh, and I suppose it has something to do with Kay. It does. She's Faraday's daughter. Anyway, hurry up and get to the point. I don't have time to waste. It sounds like he'd rather be left alone. I have something I'd like to confirm with you once again. I don't have anything to say to you. Is that so? Be that as it may, we still have questions that we need answers to.
Oh. My mother wants me to go to shops?
How long do I have in this case? Because this is the second to last bit. And if the last case is any consolation, it won't be that long, right? This investigation portion. And then the final confrontation. Okay, so it shouldn't take too long, I should be fine. Okay, we'll go to the shops afterwards. Be that as it may, we still have questions that we need answers to. Now then, first of all, what is the overpowering smell that is permeating the room? Upon entering the room, I thought I was going to suffocate.
It's that ultra strong perfume you wears. She spilled some of it. I was having a bad time of it myself. I didn't think twice and opened the window, but the smell's still here. Perfume, huh? As though the sweet scent in the air is perfume. Ew. Well, it's giving off quite a stench. I bet it's some cheap no-name brand. She said it's a famous brand from overseas. It's a knockoff. Yes, definitely a knockoff. No disrespect, but she forced one of those bottles on me. Here, little girl, you can have it. I was born for much more expensive and refined perfume. However, seeing as how you just happen to have a spare, I suppose I'll have to take it. Miles Edgeworth, you will hold onto this bottle without fail. Why can't she ever be honest about what she wants? Interesting. So now we have perfume Miss You wears. Just fantastic. Is that all you wanted to talk about? If so, I'm going back to investigating. Actually, I have a few other things I wish to inquire about. So you were here in this room the entire recess. Like I said, I made a call to the precinct to get that big lug down here. But other than that, I was waiting for the recess to end and yeah. At least your story is consistent. Earlier, you stated that you were in the lobby with Miss Yu. Yeah, ran into her in the hallway. And she said she wanted to talk to me about something, so we came in here. Then, what you're saying is that until Detective Gumshoe's arrival, you and Miss Yu were in 2 different locations? Yes, I am. Interesting. Speaking of that lawyer, she seems to have a great dislike for you. Let's see. Miss Yu is the sister of the victim in the KG8 incident. And as I recall, Detective Bad was the lead detective in the case. I wonder if the reason for her disdain isn't simply because you failed to guard Cece, but because you were the lead detective in the case. You knew? I also know that today's trial involving the Kodapian embassy staff member is being referred to as the second KG8 incident. Now then, Detective, I believe it's time you were honest with me and told me the truth behind your relationship with Miss Yu and Miss Faraday and the KG8 incident. You already know that much. I guess it'd be alright to tell you. Now then, I'd like to ask you a few questions about the KG8 incident. It's not exactly a happy story, other than the people who were directly involved. You two will be the first to hear about what I'm about to tell you.
Ooh, that looks like a good flavor of lollipop.
The honest truth behind the KG8 incident. Faraday, you and I, as you already know, we 3 were involved in the KG8 incident. Faraday and I were originally on the trial for smuggling of a smuggling ring. You mean the smuggling case involving one of the Amano Group's secretaries? That trial was just a front, a facade. Yeah. But the case became tainted, all because the witness who was going to testify about the Amano Group's ties to the smuggling ring, CCU, was killed. Then what became of the secretary who was arrested? His name was Colin Deveray. To be honest, the guy didn't know a thing about the smuggling ring, but he confessed to knowing about it anyway. Deveray was probably being intimidated by the big boss man, which is another scapegoat. The boss man of the Amano group. He can't seriously mean Mr. Ernest Amano. That can't be right. It's probably just Detective Bat's personal hypothesis. But is he trying to do some... Is he trying to do... What is he trying to do, suspecting Mr. Amano of being involved in smuggling? I suppose it would have been quite difficult to secure an acquittal after he confessed. But the man who killed CCU, Manny Cochin, was a completely different person. But since he's already been acquitted once of her murder, Mr. Faraday had... How could you have let him go? If I remember correctly, I heard that Mr. Faraday had an important piece of evidence stolen from him. It wasn't Mr. Faraday's fault. It was mine. I wasn't vigilant enough. Faraday, CC. I was supposed to protect them both. Yes. You did mention that as well. About how Detective Bad was supposed to guard her sister. But even I was supposed to protect them. I fell into a trap. What kind of trap? Halsey and Jacket are a testament to that trap. You mean you were fired upon? You were shot at that many times in one gunfight? No. Only about half these are from that case. But the reason I continue to wear this jacket is to remind myself. A lesson I learned from the KG8 incident. Oh, I see. I couldn't protect CCU. And the suspect was found not guilty. We had hit a brick wall, as far as the law concerned. And that's when she came to the courtroom, the victim's sister. That's when I first met Callisto Yu. Well, the amount of fan art I've seen of Callisto, I can only assume amazing things are going to happen to her in the next part of this case. About when you first met Miss Yu. It was on the day the verdict of the KG8 incident was handed down, was it not? Yeah. Faraday and I apologized to her from the bottom of our hearts. It's all we could do, but just saying you're sorry won't bring my sister back, she said. And then she gave me a hard slap across the face. Well, she certainly had a lot of self-control to stop at just a slap. If it was me, not even 100 lashes would have been punishment enough. I suppose not. You said it herself. She never wanted to see either of us ever again. But after that, you've seen her many times over, correct? Yeah. Faraday and I, even after the KG8 incident had come to a close, we'd continued to hunt down the smuggling ring and got involved in a variety of cases. But it was no use. We cracked so many different cases, but the result was always the same. We couldn't find the real mastermind behind the ring. Is the ring really that big? It was the pursuit of the ring that we met you again, once again. It was during another trial related to the smuggling ring. Faraday and the prosecutor and I. Faraday was the prosecutor, and I, as the lead detective, took the witness stand. She appeared out of the blue as the defense attorney. Oof, it looks like a big file. Her client was related to the smuggling ring, and she was Her client was related to the smuggling ring, and she was defending them.
Yeah. You was pursuing the ring as best as she could as a lawyer. I think she defended Rel this time for the same reason. Come to think of it, Mr. Yu did say something to the same effect. I have my own agenda. I'm still on the hunt for the leads regarding the KG8 incident, alright? And for that, you have not a single qualm about defending a known killer. Don't put words in my mouth. I said no such thing. The only way I had to get close to Mr. Rel was to be his lawyer. I had no intention of covering for him, ever. So you dare suggest I was going to? It doesn't matter what her reason is. Helping a criminal is just despicable. You're so naive, little girl. Oh, I could have stolen this lollipop from you. That's how naive you are. How dare you insult the daughter of a Volkama? Just like you. Just like us. You felt that she had to hit the limit of what law could do. That's all. The law is merely a tool. There is no limit to it, only the skill of the craftsman. You too. You're still too young. But one day, you'll know what I mean. But enough sidetracking. What matters is that we met you again in pursuit of the smuggling ring. That's all. So what was your relation to Mr. Faraday? You even seem to know Kay fairly well. I met him when he was a rookie prosecutor. Known him ever since. And Kay, I've known her since the day she was born. Faraday and I, we cracked quite a few cases together. But you two seem to have made no progress on the Yatakarasu case. Did we touch a nerve? I only have one thing to say to you. No one knew more about the Yatakarasu than me and Faraday. That's why I was called upon to testify in today's trial. To prove that Rel was not the real Yatakarasu. Which I could have done if he hadn't turned around and accused Faraday. After the accusation, I was asked to testify, but this time to prove or disprove the accusation. I guess I won't be doing that either. I sense that there's more to that statement than meets the eye. Perhaps a bit more digging into the Yatakarasu is what's necessary. You claim to know much about the Yatakarasu. Would you care to share what you know with me? What you two should be looking for right now is proof of murderous intent towards Faraday and Rel. I agree, which is exactly why I'm asking you about the Yatakarasu. What? The KG8 incident was the second KG8, and the second KG8 incident, both of these cases are tied to the smuggling ring, and in both of these cases the witness who was to testify about the ring was murdered. However, there is one point in which they differ, and that is the presence or absence of the great thief Yatakarasu. Mr. Rel claimed to be the Yatakarasu. However, in the middle of the trial, he suddenly declared Mr. Faraday to be the real Yatakarasu. Then, during the recess, they were both killed. Don't you find that to be the least bit odd? Miles Edgeworth, stop beating around the bush and spit it out already. I believe that there must be some reason that the two men suspected of being the Yatakarasu were both killed at the same time. A reason, huh? And so, in order to catch Mr. Faraday's and Mr. Rel's cold-blooded killer, I feel that I need to learn as much as I can about the Yatakarasu. If it will help you solve the case. Then I'll tell you the reason why we've never caught the Yatakarasu.
What is with that sudden outburst?
You almost made me whip you by accident.
Ugh. So accidentally whipped me anyway. There are 3 main reasons why the Yatagarasu will always be one step ahead. First, the Yatagarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. Second, the Yatagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system. Third, the Yatagarasu doesn't leave a single shred of evidence behind, ever. I see. So, those are the Yatagarasu's special traits. Sounds like an incredibly elusive thing. A Yatagarasu has never been caught on tape, never tries to draw anyone's attention, and would never do something as lowbrow as commit murder. That's how I knew that Rel wasn't the real Yatagarasu right away. But you can't use that sort of logic on its own to prove that he wasn't. Listen, little girl, I'm not done talking yet. What's different about this time is that evidence related to the smuggling ring was sent to the police. And the sender was none other than the one who infiltrated the Kotopian embassy, the Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu sent the evidence. Until now, the Yatagarasu would always publicize any corrupt dealings within the mass media. Not this time. The evidence this time was something only Faraday and I, and a select few others knew about. In that case, how can you be so sure that it was the Yatagarasu who sent it? That's easy. The special card that only the Yatagarasu uses was attached. That's how I could be so sure. And just what sort of card is it? Yeah. Take a look at this article. Whenever the Yatagarasu wants to publicize something, a white card is sent along with the stolen information. But when we questioned Rel about what he sent along with the white card, Rel had no idea what it was. And that's how Detective Bad knew that Rel was a phony. Thank you very much. I have a much better understanding of the Yatagarasu now. Excuse me, Mr. Edgeworth. Yes. His Honor would like to transfer the evidence from today's trial over to you. So, if you could please head over to the courtroom, it'd be much appreciated, sir. Understood. I'll be there shortly. Detective Bad, what does the law mean to you? Finding the answer to that question is the only reason I'm still alive. I became a prosecutor to find the answer to that question myself, and to play a part in ensuring that all criminals everywhere are found guilty. Ooh, yay! Evidence! Oh, it's you, Mr. Edgeworth. It appears that his Honor is still a bit dispirited. For the first time today, I experienced what it's like to stand in the witness stand. I now have a greater appreciation for just how hard it is to give testimony. Well, there's no reason for you to be all depressed about it, Your Honor. As a judge, no one expects you to think about anything other than the verdict. Francisca, there is no need to further depress His Honor. But I'm not trying to, Miles. Your Honor. Your Honor, I've come to collect the evidence that was to be transferred to me. Your Honor, the evidence? Your Honor? Oh, yes, can I help you? I'd like to collect the evidence now, sir. Your Honor? Do you think you can stay focused long enough to at least do your job? Yes, I'm sorry. I would expect the defense attorney was... I would, except the defense attorney has yet to arrive. She is busy with the investigation, so let's keep this brief, shall we? Very well, in that case, please confirm that all the pieces of evidence are present. Furthermore, the evidence that was used in the murders of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell are also included, so please go ahead and use them in your investigation into this case. Understood. Pieces of evidence that were used in the murder of these two men. This could be a good chance for me to find new leads regarding this case. And maybe even something that will... And maybe even something that will finally lead me to the truth. I place all the evidence on the prosecutor's bench for you. Oh, I see. Thank you very much. I will go and confirm they are all accounted for. First, nope, that's not what I wanted to do. Oh my god, it's Kay! Hi Kay, what you doing?
Oh, I'm sorry, mister. I'm a bit busy right now.
Doing what?
Well, I'm looking for something. Uncle Bad told me that... told me to, so that's what I'm going to do.
Let's go. I don't want to interfere with the girl unless Detective Bad get angry. Yes, agreed. Anyway, that's not what I wanted to do.
What's this?
Evidence that Miss Yu prepared is just sitting here on the table. You know, you can't just walk off with it, right? Of course I do. Miss Yu must have been caught off guard by her client's sudden accusation. I wonder how she would have defended Mr. Rell in that case if he was still alive. Wow, I'm a real prosecutor now.
And Francisco, your fucking outfit is adorable.
So this is the evidence related to today's Codepian Embassy trial and Mr. Faraday's bag. You mean the evidence bag that was on the table in lobby number 2, right? Yes, finally. We can now take a look at the evidence itself and not just data about them. Let's be sure to thoroughly examine them while we have the time. Agreed. I want to take a good look at all of the evidence from the embassy murder too. And why is that?
Because I still don't fully understand what today's trial was about.
Don't point your crop at me just because you don't know something. And don't you try to order me around just because Papa chose you today. I see someone is so sore about not being picked by Mr. Von Karma. It's also real to see the knife up close. So we have the knife, the gun, and an envelope. And what's organizer doing here? Oh, that's right. I completely forgot to tell you. About what, Yona? They found Mr. Faraday's personal organizer inside the evidence bag of his. Detective Bad requested that it be passed along to you. He said it would help in the investigation. Detective Bad said that. What a strange stroke of luck. Well, never look a gift horse in the mouth. We might as well flip through it. Quick look through these documents before the trial started. Well, I wasn't even afforded the opportunity to skim them. I suppose I should explain it to you then. Yes, you should. Perfectly, and in its entirety, if you please. On the night of the 8th of September, an embassy staff member was killed in front of the embassy. The staff member died of shock due to being shot in the heart. Macrell was brought in that night as a suspect and thoroughly questioned because the murder weapon was found on him, for which he was arrested on the spot. A simpleton of a man, that's what he was. Perhaps he was, for the weapon wasn't the only incriminating evidence we had. Mr. Rell was caught in the act on film by a security camera. He was an even bigger simpleton than I thought. I can't believe he didn't notice a security camera.
The Code P and Embassy security system is supposedly very well designed. He may have simply not been aware that there was a camera in the area. So, have you seen the contents of the video yourself? Yes, the surveillance video the security camera took was played during the trial by Mr. Faraday. You can clearly identify Mr. Vrell on it. Even the sound of the gunshot was crystal clear. So the footage included the sound, huh? I guess that doesn't really look like your hair, but I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. I don't think I'd ever want to see the moment of someone's death in real life. Me neither. Well, I'm glad you're both very sensitive about that. Mr. Faraday's organizer. It appears he was in the habit of using it. It looks like he wrote his strategy for getting Mr. Vrell convicted down here. I've collected the evidence I need to prove that Vrell was the killer. Between the handgun Vrell had on him when he was arrested and the surveillance tape, I would be able to prove that he was the one. It appears that Mr. Faraday honestly believed that Mr. Vrell was the killer in this case. The sound of his handgun going off was recorded with superb clarity on the surveillance video. I also have evidence that I can use to prove that Vrell is not the real Yatagarasu. And it would also appear that he had proof that Mr. Vrell was not Yatagarasu. No matter how he may try to play it, as long as I have the Yatagarasu's key, I can prove it. I can prove it's phony. If I present it to him in court, it should be clear. It should clear everything up. And he apparently also had a very definitive piece of evidence. It's been a long battle. I hope this will finally bring it to an end. Yes, I believe that Mr. Faraday was well prepared. To discredit any claim Mr. Vrell may have made about being the Yatagarasu. And he had a way to prove that Mr. Vrell was the guilty party in the embassy murder. This organizer is a clue straight from Mr. Faraday. I'll have to take my time and give it a thorough read later. Look! There's a piece stuck behind these pages here. Appears to be a key. And it's a rather ornate one at that. Just look at the design on the handle. The craftsmanship is superb. Could this be the Yatagarasu's key Mr. Faraday mentioned in the organizer? The Yatagarasu's key? Detective Bad said something earlier. What's different about this time was the evidence related to the smuggling ring. It was sent to the police, and the sender was none other than the one who infiltrated the Kodapin embassy, the Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu sent the evidence. Until now, the Yatagarasu would always publicize any corrupt dealings through the mass media, but not this time. Mr. Faraday must have been trying to keep the secret key safe. As the prosecutor on both the Yatagarasu and the smuggling ring cases, that's to be expected. It's the knife that was used to kill Mr. Faraday. Who would have thought that such a beautiful piece of art could have been used for such a cruel act? And it's never crossed your mind that you use your riding crop for the wrong purposes? That's odd. What is it? Mr. Faraday didn't mention anything about a knife in the organizer. That certainly is odd. The weapon that was used to kill the Kodapian embassy staff member was the gun. But if that's the case, then where did the knife that was used in the murder to murder Mr. Faraday come from?
Isn't it obvious? It was brought into the courthouse by Mr. Rell. Isn't that the only logical conclusion, right? No, because it's not that easy to smuggle a weapon like that in here. Every person who enters the courthouse doors is checked thoroughly for contraband. Furthermore, the suspect was handcuffed, making it impossible for him to bring a knife as large as this inside. In that case, how do you suppose this knife ended up in the courthouse? I need to think carefully here. There is nothing related to the knife written anywhere in Mr. Faraday's organizer. However, it is a fact that this knife came from Mr. Faraday's evidence bag. Conversely, there is one item listed in Mr. Faraday's organizer that no one has claimed seen today. So in order to solve this mystery, I believe I will need to take another good look at the evidence. Miles Edgeworth? Can I take the fact that you have yet to answer me to mean that you don't have an answer for me? Actually, I do have an answer, Francisco. What? Then what is it? On one of the pieces of evidence we've been holding has been hiding a secret of its own. And it was through this piece of evidence that the knife was brought into the courthouse.
Take that!
This Yatagarasu key Mr. Faraday mentions in the organizer. This is how the knife was brought into the courthouse. You're not making any sense, Miles Edgeworth. You just need to look a bit closer, Francisca, to see what I mean. Don't the colour and ornation of the key handle remind you of anything? They do remind me of the knife. Very good. Both the Yatagarasu's key in the photo and the murderous knife have this very unique design on their handles. Furthermore, even though Mr. Faraday mentions the Yatagarasu key, the only object we found at the crime scene was the knife. You don't seriously mean to say... It appears that you finally caught up. And yes, I do mean to say that these two pieces are in fact one and the same. That's impossible! Even if that is what you believe, we should still investigate this possibility. Now then, let's examine the knife a little more detail. Oh gosh, it's gorgeous! Can I have this knife? It's the weapon that was used to kill Mr. Faraday. The handle of the blade itself both have a beautiful design worked into them. Look, there's even a flower-shaped design on this gold section here. If this hadn't been used as a tool for murder, I'd want it for myself. She seems to be drawn to the embellishments. Too bad this isn't mine to give. Oh, you know, Edgeworth, it's really cute how you say things like that. Zoom out. I can't believe it turned into a key! To think there was such a trick to this thing. So the weapon used to kill Mr. Faraday is actually the key the Yatagarasu saw. This piece of information is more critical than anything we've learned up until now. Frankly, I'm shocked. Mr. Faraday only mentioned the key aspect of
this piece of evidence in his organizer. It's possible that even he had no idea this key was hiding a knife blade inside. But if that's true, then only someone who knew about the key to knife trick could have killed Mr. Faraday. Even among law enforcement, this key was top secret. We're looking for someone who knew even more about the key than even Mr. Faraday. Meaning that the only person it could be is the one who sent the key in the first place. The great thief Yatagarasu. Then maybe Mr. Rel really was the Yatagarasu. And he was the one who killed Mr. Faraday. Isn't that one possible scenario? No, not really. Especially since Mr. Faraday was absolutely convinced that Mr. Rel was not the Yatagarasu. Besides, as Detective Bad said earlier, Mr. Rel had no idea about this at all. I see. Alright then, I guess the person who knows the trick behind the key is someone else and that person is the real Yatagarasu. Seems that the key is truly the key to solving this case. This gun, it was originally used to kill the Codepian embassy staff member, Dead Man. When the crime was reported, the responding police found Mr. Rel still holding it, which led to his immediate arrest. And then, this gun took the original shooter's life. How ironic. Indeed. There doesn't seem to be anything else we can learn from this piece of evidence. That's odd. We're short one piece of evidence. And the piece that's missing is a surveillance video that was played in court. The surveillance video? How could a piece of evidence just disappear? Where did it go? The video is showing the moment in which Mr. Rel committed the murder. Where could it have gone, indeed? Are you done inspecting the evidence? Yes, I'm finished. However, Your Honor, I'm missing a single piece of prosecutorial evidence. Your Honor, where is the derelict? Were you derelict in your duties? What? No! I dare not lick my duties. What do you take me for? No, Your Honor. The most important piece of evidence in today's trial, the surveillance video, is not amongst the evidence you lay out for me. But I brought Mr. Faraday's whole bag with me from the crime scene. Maybe the tape is still somewhere in the crime scene? There's something wrong here. Something about this missing piece of evidence. It would appear to me that the answer is I see. I will have to pay another visit to the scene of the crime, defendant lobby number 2. Yo, that's Lang! You know what, Lang? You look way better dressed like that, can I just say? Fuck whatever fucking theatrics you got going on as an international detective. Is international police uniform impeccable. Everyone looks good in a suit and fucking tie. Everyone. That's Detective Bad. And who was he with? I've never seen that officer before. Oh, did you find it? No, not yet. And I've looked everywhere. I see. Well then, please continue with the search. Understood. I'll continue the search. So you're the one running the show. Prosecutors like you shouldn't even be allowed at crime scenes. How dare you? Just who do you think you are? Fuck you, you bitch. Fuck you, you bitch. Fucking bitch. What was that all about? And who was that man just now?
Whoever he was, I've never seen a more impudent officer in my life. Does he even know what's standing here behind him? I know you're standing right behind me. What do you want, kids? It looks like you were paying attention after all. Of course I was. I have eyes in the back of my head. Ah, so that mirror isn't for vanity's sake. It's for him to keep an eye on who or what is behind him at all times. So, tell me, Detective Bad, who was that rude man just now? A guy came here from the Republic of Genfar to study. He's Agent Lang. He's trying everything he can to receive the lost honor, to revive the lost honor of his family. He's traveling the world to study different philosophies of detainment from scratch. By visiting various police departments from around the world, he has a lot of dedication. He's still just a rookie cop, but I sense a strong grudge of some sort around him. The guy is more useful than Gumshoe, even if he is rude. Well, he sure has a lot of guts to come to this country and give prosecutors a hard time. I agree. However, I can think of one young lady that statement also applies to. Anyway, what was that agent looking for, Detective Bad? Earlier, the little girl was poking around in the lobby number 1 as well. Like I said before, it's got nothing to do with the two of you. I highly doubt that. It has nothing to do with me. Fine, if that's the game we must play, then I will take this opportunity to draw out what he's been hiding about what happened in this room straight from him. Oh, what? Damn. The collision of their bodies is still here. That's hilarious. Earlier you were in lobby number 1, and now you're here in lobby number 2. You are quite a busy man, Detective Bad. Multiple returns to a crime scene brings about success. That's what we detectives say. Oh, I see. In that case, you wouldn't mind if I asked about what happened again, correct? I don't have anything left to say to you, boy. Boy, you see, I will draw my answer from you one way or another. Would it kill you to help us even a tiny bit in our investigation? I gave Faraday's notebook to the judge earlier. That's help enough, don't you think? Please, we are asking for you to just be a little bit more cooperative. Don't push me, kid. I'd like to ask you once again about what happened here at the time of the crime. I refuse to answer. Any more investigating you do would be a waste of time. Besides, how am I supposed to answer questions about things I don't know about? Things you don't know about? But aren't you supposed to know everything? You should. Wait, is it possible? Maybe he doesn't know about the trick behind the piece of evidence. I should try showing it to him. It may prove to be the key to getting some answers out of Detective Bad. Okay. Oh, should I present? Detective Bad. Did you know of the existence of this item in the photograph? Of course I did. It's my job to know everything related to the Yatagarasu case. In that case, let me ask you something. Did you know that the knife that killed Mr. Faraday and the Yatagarasu key are one and the same? What? That's impossible! It looks like he didn't know after all.
this piece of evidence, which we call the Yatagarasu's key, is actually a well-camouflaged knife. Mr. Faraday was planning to use this Yatagarasu's key to prove that Mr. Rel was not the real Yatagarasu. Isn't that correct? I guess so. However, Mr. Faraday had no idea that it was, in fact, a knife. Yeah, I have to admit, neither of us knew the fact. And if neither of us knew, then no one in law enforcement knew either. How did we miss something as big as this? I noticed that since a little while ago you appear to be searching for something. I presume this key is what you were searching for. Yeah, that's right. And why were you searching for it? Because I promised Faraday. I promised that I'd protect that key with my life. And after he was killed, the key disappeared from Faraday's evidence bag. Who would have thought that the key is what took Faraday's life? Detective Bird. So that we may find the truth, please testify to me once more. Alright. But it doesn't matter how many times I tell you about what happened. Nothing will change. Detective Bad, I ask that you please testify once more about what happened in lobby number 2 and what you experienced in lobby number 1. The answer is still the same. And this is the last time I'm going to do this. That's fine, because I only need this one last time to clear everything up. And find the truth behind this case. I was in lobby number 1 talking to you. We were talking about some trivial things. I heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to reconvene. When we heard it, you and I immediately dashed out in the hallway together. I saw Gumshoe goofing off around there, and then we all ran into lobby number 2. It sounds like the exact same story he told us before. Indeed. However, I feel that we have yet to draw out all the information we can.
Hold it!
Why did Miss Yu choose lobby number 1? Answer me. Who knows? She just said that she had something she wanted to talk to me about. And we walked into lobby number 1 together, that's all. So his answer remains the same as I was before, I say.
Hold it!
I was hoping you could expand on what exactly you're discussing with Miss Yu. Trivial stuff. It was nothing important. That's for me to decide. Alright, I suppose it's for him to decide. Moving on then.
Hold it!
Until you heard the gunshot, did you notice anything else that was out of the ordinary? I didn't hear any other strange sounds until the gunshot. If the gunshot Detective Bad heard was really the one from the murder, that would give that other piece of evidence an entirely different meaning. I ask that you please amend your testimony with that statement just now. Sure. I didn't hear other strange sounds aside from the gunshot. So you didn't hear the balloon?
Objection!
Detective Bad, does this balloon fragment remind you of anything? It's the same color as the one Kay was holding. Oh, so you knew about the girl's balloon? Yeah, I was sitting with her in the gallery. During the recess, just before we split up, I filled the balloon up for her. Well, as you may have already surmised, this piece did indeed come from Kay's balloon. So, what about the balloon? I wonder if you might remember hearing this balloon pop at some point? What are you getting at? This fragment was found in the hallway, right in front of Lobby 2. Furthermore, it was the sound of this balloon popping that the judge mistook for a gunshot. Oh. So the sound that the judge heard was not actually a gunshot, huh? On top of that, His Honor said that he heard the balloon pop about 20 minutes before the trial was to reconvene. Yes, which means that His Honor heard the balloon pop in the hallway when you were in lobby number 1, Detective Bad. And if you were in lobby number 1 at that time, you were close enough that you should have heard the balloon popping as well. So... don't give me a so! We just proved that there was a flaw in your testimony. The crackling of the truth, rather than the sound of your sweet naivete. Kraken. And since you kids don't seem to know, let me fill you in on something. Do you ever sort of think why the doors and walls of this place seem so rugged? That's because they were designed to keep secrets from being leaked. What is that supposed to mean? The doors and walls are super thick. The window panes are double layered. On top of it all, even the curtains are made of special sound-absorbing material. Then you mean... Since I was shut inside lobby number 1, there was no way I could have heard that sound. No! I knew that's what he was going to say. Then that means that Scruffface's testimony is completely useless. If the rooms are soundproof, then of course he wouldn't hear any sign of struggle. That's also why it's only natural that I didn't hear the balloon popping. Now do you get it, kids? Miles, I thought we were supposed to be the ones finding flaws in this logic, not the other way round. The other way round. It's not possible to hear the sound of a balloon popping if one were in lobby number 1. However, if we examine the situation in reverse, the person standing in the hallway should not be able to hear a real gunshot either. And yet Detective Gumshoe claims that he heard it while he was standing in the hallway. Detective Bad, if that's the case, how exactly did you hear the gunshot? What do you mean how? I just did. It would appear that you have yet to realize the contradiction in your own words. Oh. How so? If the rooms here are soundproof as you say they are, then how did the sound of a gunshot enter your ears? I see what you mean. I guess I'm more of it from Faraday's murder than I thought. Which means, what exactly, Miles? In the end, what does it boil down to? It boils down to this. There must be a reason. As for how Detectives Bad and Gumshoe heard the gunshot, they theoretically couldn't have. It looks like we need to examine the state of the crime scene again, huh? State of the crime scene? Wait, can it be? It's the ultra-strong perfume. Way too noisy. Surveillance video. Piece of evidence just disappeared. Ooh, lots of logic to play around with. Okay. It's simply not possible for the killer to have escaped through the barred windows, and yet the fragrance of the perfume managed to escape from the defendant lobby number 1. Of course, incorporeal things can move freely through the open barred windows. No, one too early.
Nice. Now then, what else besides a smell can go both in and out of an open barred window? The answer is sound. So no matter how careful the killer was, if the windows were open, the jig would be up. And since the windows in both defendants' lobby number 1 and the hallway were open, that explains how the sound of a gunshot could be heard from both locations. Windows were open, the gunshot could be heard. But where do they originate? The missing piece of evidence is a video that shows the moment in which Mr. Rell killed the embassy staff member. The sound of a gunshot left quite an impression on me when it played during the trial. The sound would have been returned to Mr. Faraday's... The video should have been returned to Mr. Faraday's evidence bag for the recess and brought back here. If it disappeared after that time, then it's possible that the tape is still here in this room. Eureka! The evidence that the missing evidence created for me is the gunshot sound that no one should have been able to hear in the first place. Miles, have you been thinking about? What have you been thinking about? Stop wasting time thinking and let's start looking again. It's not a waste of time to think, for I have figured out what we should look. And where would that be? I believe we should examine the television. The TV. Oh, you kids are fun. Go ahead and examine whatever you like. Nice. It's a video player. And there seems to be a videotape inside. It looks like the tape must have stopped on its own when it reached the end. This tape, could it be the missing surveillance tape? I suppose, but the Detective Bad, would it be alright with you if I verified the contents of this video? Sure, knock yourself out. Alright, then let's rewind and see what we have. I remember correctly, the footage very much more than innocent staff member should be about a 30-minute mark at the start of the tape. Understood. It should be about right then. Now then, let's see. This is the footage of Mr. Rell shooting the embassy staff member. I knew it. The missing piece of evidence, the surveillance video, was here all along. Ooh. Sound. What's the meaning of this? It appears that Detective Bad has figured out the true source of the gunshot we heard. With this, I think we can figure out the trick behind the double murder. Do you mean you've figured it all out then? Yes. All I have to do now is show what the gunshot detectives Bad and Gumshoe heard was, and thoroughly where they heard it from. Fine. In that case, show me what you've deduced. Okay.
Eureka!
If the door and the windows to the crime scene, namely this room we're in, were closed... Ah, yes. My mother calling. Hello, Mother. I do, I just don't have any data right now, but I will go to the shops for you, though. Lettuce. Okay, I can get some lettuce. Do you want me to buy cheese as well? Okay, cool. And you still owe me that $6 from the lighters. I know, but I don't want you. Look, you don't. Look, I don't know when you can pay me back, so
I will. I do, in my brain. Bye-bye, mama. Ugh. Okay, Miles Edgeworth. Back to your incredible deduction skills, your logic and reasoning. The killer could have used the gun, and no one would have been the wiser. That's true. This courthouse does seem to be well designed for such a thing, as it were. However, what happened in reality was Detective Gumshoe, Detective Bad, and Miss Yu, all three of them heard the gunshot. Well, the windows in lobby number 1 and number 2 and the hallway were open, so naturally the people in those locations could hear it. But then why would the criminal open the window in the first place? To allow the gunshot to be heard, I suppose. Correct. That's the only logical conclusion we can draw from this. But why was that necessary in the first place? I want a real answer, Miles. I demand satisfaction. Very well. I believe that the killer wanted to manipulate our perception of certain facts. The perception of when the crime took place. The killer wanted to fabricate the time of death to their precise wishes, and they used the gunshot in the surveillance video to do so. So, that's why the tape was left running? You mean the gunshot I heard was from this video? Yes, which means that the murders really occurred at an earlier time than we thought. It must have been during the recess, but before Detective Gumshoe was on guard duty. Someone who has no alibi for that period of time. Hi, Gray! Hi, Gray. And planned this crime in advance. That person is the real killer. I'm so cool. Hi, Gray. How are you? Welcome in. Hello, Mr. Bailiff. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, what is it? Miss Yu is asking for you. She's in the courtroom. She says that she's identified the murderer and that she wants to clarify something. It looks like Miss Yu is still investigating something. Understood. Please tell her that I will be right over. I'll come along. I want to hear what she has to say. It would appear that the time has come to uncover the truth. Here comes justice. Yes! Final piece. Final piece of the fucking yes. Almost done. Almost done, guys. We're almost done. We're so cool. We're so smart. We've been doing amazing this whole fucking case. Hello, lady. Hi, Kay. Okay. What are you doing here?
Oh, hello, mister. I'm still investigating.
But the object you were looking for has already... Okay. Don't mind him. Please continue with your investigation.
Okay, you got it.
Detective Bad, haven't we already found what you were looking for? It means I can keep her in the dark just a little longer. Any little task will do. Oh, you're more sympathetic than I thought. I've been waiting for you, Edgeworth. I've also been waiting for the moment in which we can finally lay this case to rest. Hi, Gray. Yes, I've been great, thank you. Ugh, I don't know if I already read that, but, I registered it again, and I want to say hi again. Because you're cool and stuff. You're so cool. You're so cool hanging out with me. Ugh, I love all of you. My beautiful little chat. Oh.
You're all really cool.
The moment in which we finally laid this case to rest wasn't that when we placed Detective Gumshoe under arrest? I think we've more than solved this case already, don't you?
We'll see. It all depends on whether or not your logic holds. Oh. I see we even have a viewer in the gallery. And why even Mr. Bad is here.
A viewer in the gallery? I'm hardly just a bystander.
I have a duty to see this case through to the end, no matter how it turns out. Oh, is that right? Well, I thought you might like to hear what I've slaved away to find out. I've taken statements on every single person's movements during the time when our suspect was in the hallway. I also confirmed that there is no possible route to escape from Lobby 2. Therefore, the killer must without a doubt be Detective Gumshoe. And that's all you have. Yeah, that's all there is to my conclusion, and this case. Sorry, but I beg to differ. In a trial, there is always time for a rebuttal, and we are standing in a court of law. It'd be more than appropriate to follow the rules of court in this case, don't you think?
Oh, absolutely like a rookie to think such a thing.
But alright, I'll play along and give you a proper testimony. If my logic is correct, then I've already won. All I have to do now is prove it by showing who the real killer is. Everyone, sans the suspect, has an alibi for when the gun went off. Furthermore, the areas around the crime scene have all been thoroughly investigated, right?
I also confirmed that there was no possible escape route from lobby number 2,
Which means us with one unshakable conclusion that Detective Gumshoe is the killer. Now that you have your testimony, I expect a good rebuttal, Edward. But of course, there is no need to confront her logic head-on right now. I should instead focus on drawing out any trump card she has up her sleeve.
Hold it!
The suspect. But I thought that Detective Gumshoe's alibi had already been proven.
Are you joking, Edward?
I assure you this is no joke. Look, I know you heard from the judge earlier that the detective was in the hallway with the Faraday daughter eating a Swiss roll. Yes, that is correct. See, that was 20 minutes before the real gunshot went off, right? And the problem is there's no one else who can corroborate what he did since the snacking. I see she's done her research well, which means that I should focus on drawing out whatever trump card she's holding.
Hold it!
Whether they have been thoroughly investigated or not is for me to decide.
You scrunched up eyebrows and the lines on your forehead are back.
Anyway, even if you believe it hasn't been exhaustive, the crime scene, lobby number 2, has no way out other than the hallway Detective Gumshoe was standing in. And because you claim to be there, that makes him the only possible suspect. But isn't it also possible that someone escaped through the window and into the garden? That's the first place everyone looked silly. The police aren't a bunch of lazy bums. They looked into every possibility, you know. Isn't that right, Mr. Bad? Yeah. It wasn't a scrap of evidence.
suggest someone use one's windows. There's also weren't any footprints or anything in the courtyard or garden. I suppose they really did check everything they could that could be relevant to the case.
Hold it!
Are you absolutely positive that there are no possible routes of escape? Of course I am. And why are you so certain? This is a courthouse, the place where criminals are brought to be judged. If there was an escape route, I'm sure every criminal would be using it to escape. It's just common sense. Miles Edgeworth, I suggest you do you use a bit more of it in the future. Ugh. But Francisca, common sense is my entire superpower. You may think it's unshakable, but to me, there are too many unanswered questions. For example, who was it that placed the gun in Mr. Faraday's hand? But you're the only one who's still wondering that. Detective Gumshoe probably had no idea which hand Mr. Faraday used to write with. Even if you know someone, it doesn't mean you'll know which hand they write with, right? I mean, I certainly don't care what's for that sort of thing. I'm not about to let her get a rise out of me with such a flippant statement. I suppose we've really reached the end now. I already have my trump card ready. All that remains is to play it. But before I do, I think I should inquire a little something about her argument. You said earlier that you confirmed the alibis of every person other than the suspect. However, I don't recall either Francisca or I or myself speaking with you about the subject. But there were witnesses. For you, there is your mentor who gave you an alibi. I see. That's a little messy. She came to the courthouse during the recess. And was stopped by a security guard at the door in the hallway. Even quite a whipping for that, or so I heard. The daughter of Manfred von Karma, and I will not be forcibly stopped by a guard or a bailiff or anyone else. Wait, so basically the only reason Francisca bothered to show up today was because she found out that I was to be the replacement prosecutor? By the way, monsieur, what about everyone's alibis before Detective Gumshoe was assigned for guard duty? What about them? Have you looked into what people were doing during that span of time? What kind of idiot do you take me for? It doesn't matter what the killer was, when the killer went into Lobby 2, and from the time we heard the gunshot, to the time Mr. Bad and I arrived at the scene as we dashed from Lobby number 1. The only person who could have committed the crime was Detective Gumshoe. Yes, let's talk about when you and Detective Bad heard that gunshot, shall we? I suppose that if we go by your logic, then Detective Gumshoe was the only one. However, what if the crime had occurred at an entirely different time than when the gunshot was went off? What then? That gunshot was a trap. Sadly, your explanation is very lacking, Edgeworth. The gunshot was heard in Lobby 1. Care to explain how it could have been fabricated?
Take that!
That tape? Yes, it's exactly what you think it is. This is the surveillance tape of Mr. Rell, the prosecution presented in today's trial. This was found loaded into the video player in Lobby number 2. That was connected to the large television that had its volume turned all the way up. You can't honestly mean that sound we heard was the gunshot in the video. But I do, which leads me to my next point. The murders occurred much earlier than when anyone heard the gunshot. That's the only thing I can think of too. After committing double homicide, the killer took the surveillance video from Mr. Faraday's evidence bag, turned the television's volume all the way up, and left the video to play. If played from the beginning, it would take 30 minutes for the gunshot sound to come. And since we now know that this method of time manipulation is possible, it opens up the possibility that the killer is someone other than Detective Gumshoe. Sounds from a television doesn't amount to much here. Because, of course, Mr. Prosecutor Edgeworth and Little Miss Von Karma, I already knew that much from the beginning, right? Of course we knew, didn't we, Miles? Of course. We know about the soundproof quality of this courthouse's rooms. Of course, I'm not about to admit we had no idea until a little while ago. That's right. And if the rooms are soundproof, then we should not have been able to hear it. And yet we heard the gunshot clear as day. And that's it. End of story. But it's not. How should I explain why she was able to hear the gun soundproof? There is actually one common point between lobby number 1 and lobby number 2. And it is that despite the fact that both rooms have air conditioners installed, a window was open in each. Now, we know that the window in lobby number 2 was opened by the killer. However, a window in lobby number 1 was also open. It's probably just coincidence that they were both open at the same time. It was no mere coincidence, I assure you. Why was the window opened in lobby number 1? The answer to that is a certain person did something to cause the window to be opened. And the person who triggered the action, that person is the real guilty party. The real killer and of the double murder is you.
Take that!
How old was she? She's only 22? Girl, come on! Miss Callisto, you. I hereby formally indict you of the murder of Mr. Faraday and Miss Ray. What? You indict me? Are you serious, Miles? How do you think she is... Why do you think she is the killer? I don't understand her motive just yet. But of course I'm serious, because she is the only one who could have done it. Well, Miss Yu, do you still feel like laughing now? Of course I do, Edgeworth. My argument must not be tight enough yet. Although, I never thought things would spiral like into this. But I'll have you know I'm enjoying this dance quite a bit. I guess this means it's time for my own rebuttal now, right? You argue that the window was opened, however, do you have proof that I was one who did that? Furthermore, do you have proof that the tape was used in committing the crime? Frankly, I'm shocked you're going around accusing people of murder like this, especially with logic so full of holes as yours. This is where it really starts. I mustn't let my guard down for a second or the truth will be blown away. Now is the time to put the patented Von Karma perfect proof to the test. Patented? He got a patent on that? I don't think you can get a patent on that. Or did he just patent the phrase? That'd be fucking hilarious if you mean quite literally that it is a patent.
Objection!
I'm sure you've seen this before, haven't you, Miss Yu? Edgeworth, I never knew you were into wearing that kind of perfume. It's not exactly what I'd recommend for boys, you know? This isn't mine. That's right, it's mine, and I received it from Detective Badge, you see. Miss Yu, You can pretend all you like, but we know at least this much for sure. That you are the one who gave this bottle of perfume to Detective Bad. That you're super easy to rile up. So, what about the perfume? While we were in lobby number 1, you made a big show of spilling some of this perfume. That's according to Detective Bad. Oh, I know. You also knew that if you spilled it, he would naturally move to open the door. Oh, come now. I've already told you that's all just a big coincidence. After we opened the window in lobby number 1, I just left it open, you know. So maybe it was just dumb luck we heard the gunshot. The timing of when you were going to spill the perfume is something you could control. The most important fact about this case is when the people were made to hear the shot. Furthermore, it would have been pointless if you didn't have an alibi for yourself at the time. You mean... Miss you were the one who called Detective Bad until lobby number 1. When you saw him bring Detective Gumshoe into the hallway. Is that correct? All of today's premeditated events could only have been thought up by you, Miss You. You accuse me of murder on the fact that I spilled little perfume. Well, allow me to say this much. I couldn't have killed Mr. Faraday. Would you care to testify as to why? Look, I had a lot of fun today, really, but I grow weary of this game of cat and mouse. Let's make this the last testimony and wrap this absurd case once and for all. Accusing someone of murder of a spilled bottle of perfume is a bit over the top, but I suppose forgery of evidence is to be expected of a disciple of Von Karma. In any case, it simply could not have been me who killed Mr. Faraday. After all, I don't even know where the knife that was used to kill him came from. Miles, her testimony is flawless. Yes, but no matter what sort of trick she may try to pull, she won't escape me. And if I'm lacking in information, I'll just draw it out of her. Okay, well, this is all useless.
Hold it!
And why exactly could you not have killed him?
I was just about to testify to that.
You're such an impatient man.
I'm not really into that, you know, Edna.
Your preferences have no bearing on what is at hand.
I'm a little uncomfortable now.
Objection!
Miss you will desist in this tomfoolery and return to your testimony. And Miles, if you're going to lose your cool, then I won't show you any mercy. Sorry. Miss Yu, please continue your testimony. Sure. As I was saying, I couldn't have possibly killed Mr. Faraday.
Hold it!
At this rate, she will inevitably escape. But if she really was the one who killed Mr. Faraday, then she must have known about the existence of the knife. I'm sorry, Miss Yu. Maybe you weren't aware. However, the knife that was used to kill Mr. Faraday was taken from his evidence bag. Miles, what do you think you're doing? I'm drawing out the truth from her. That's what I'm doing. Huh? But I don't recall a knife being presented in the trial earlier today. Well, I suppose that's because the evidence was something Mr. Faraday had yet to use.
So, that's what you're trying to do. Look, why don't you cut it out with the lies? I've already figured you out. There was no knife inside Mr. Faraday's evidence bag. The only evidence he had yet to present was the key to the Yatagarasu had sent. And unless a key that magically turns into a knife, you really don't have a leg to stand on. Did you really think you could trap me? Come on, be honest. I never intended to do such a thing. It was all a misunderstanding on my part. In any case, I wonder if you might append what you said to your testimony? Sure, why not? I'll even say it as many times as you'd like.
Objection!
Miss Yu, I wonder if you might take a look at this photo for me. This is a picture of the key that Yatagarasu sent to the police. However, while it may look like a key at first glance, it in fact has a secret ability to transform into a knife. Which means that what was inside Mr. Faraday's bag was both the Yatagarasu's key and the murderer's knife. You knew that the key was inside Mr. Faraday's bag, did you not? Yes. Well, with the Yatagarasu's key alone, it's more than possible to kill Mr. Faraday. Do you understand now? Just knowing... Stop eating makeup, please. I still haven't had a good look at it. Showing it to me from that far away, you could be lying for all I know. You would, even now, still feign ignorance. I'm not feigning anything. But we can't have you accusing me of a crime with false evidence, can we? I mean, Mr. Moncana, I've heard some very interesting rumors about him. That he's got some weird things going on, actually. You know, not just... Actually, to think about it, I've heard a lot of things about Von Karma these days. I was trying to think of a joke, but it wasn't coming to me. Are you mocking my papa? Don't you dare sully the good name of my mentor. Now, take a good look. This piece of evidence is more than real. Wow. Who knew that there was such a trick to this thing? Are you satisfied now? But of course, you knew from the very beginning, didn't you? You knew that the knife and the Yatagarasu's key are one and the same. Otherwise, someone like you, who isn't a member of the law enforcement, and who would never have been privy to this trick, would have never known about it to begin with. Furthermore, there's something that the Yatagarasu sent to the police. How did you have knowledge on what that was? Actually, I heard it from Mr. Faraday. Just before he dragged Mr. Rell off, he told me, oh, that's right, I almost forgot. He also told me about the key turning into a knife that time, but he didn't tell me about how the key actually transformed. What you are saying is simply not possible. Oh, and why not? Because Mr. Faraday himself didn't know about the hidden knife within the key. For within these pages, he mentions nothing about the knife. I'm not sure he would have written everything in his organizer, you know. Wouldn't something of this importance be better off to oral communication? Unfortunately, that is also impossible, because Detective Bear didn't know about the knife aspect either. What would have been highly classified information, even within the police force, and is something that even the lead detective on the case didn't know. Why would Mr. Faraday have felt the need to share such information with the opposition? Yes, he wouldn't have much reason to. Looks like I gave a pretty lame excuse, huh? How can you laugh at a time like this? She probably just realized the flaw in her logic and is actually in a panic over it. But that's not something we need to concern ourselves with. I suppose you're right. Miss Yu, I'd like to state that I also know how you knew the real nature of this knife. Do you now? Well, why don't you put your money where your mouth is and show me? Oh, I will, and I'll wipe that smile off your face by the time we're through. This is it. The moment of truth, the secret behind Yatakarasu's key. Only one person would have the knowledge of it from the get-go. Who would know from the start about the Yatakarasu key could change into Yatakarasu himself? There is only one person who could have known about the dual nature of the key. And that is... And that is the person who sent the Yatakarasu's key to the police. That is to say, the Yatakarasu himself. You're saying that the lawyer is the great thief Yatakarasu? Miss Yu. You used Mr. Rel to lure Mr. Faraday into a trap, didn't you? You, who profess to bear a grudge against criminals, why? Why did you do something like this? I was running out of breath. Oh, wow. How many is that now? 1, 2... There's been a lot of people who laugh as much as you do in this courtroom. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 at least. Who would have thought that you, a stupid rookie prosecutor, would have seen through me? You're sending the biggest chill down my spine right now, Mr. Edgeworth. His feeling of the real. Even greater than when I sneak into some place. You killed Faraday. Why? Answer me, Callisto, you. Callisto, you, huh? That's not my real name. Because my real identity is, yes, the great thief Yatakarasu. Let me tell you something, Edgeworth. Mr. Faraday was one difficult man to deal with. For you see, he had discovered my true identity, which is why I had to erase him from the world of the law. I made Rel an offer, an acquittal for a little favour in return. All he had to do was accuse Mr. Faraday of being the Yatakarasu in court. But once we entered the recess, Rel was dragged off by Mr. Faraday, which threw my plan into a complete mess. I chased after them and eavesdropped on them through a crack in the door. Mr. Rel caves to only 2 things, money and authority, just as all thugs do. I feared my plan was going to be ruined if Mr. Faraday held onto Rel any longer. Plus, if I had them continued on the way they were, I would have been found out. That's why I had no choice. I had to kill them both. But didn't you say that you despised criminals? But do I really? Have you forgotten about the KG8 incident, too? Maybe. What sort of woman would... So then, was it your plan to kill Mr. Faraday with the very evidence that you sent? Well, I had a good idea of what Mr. Faraday was going to do. I anticipated that Mr. Faraday was going to prove that Rel wasn't the Yatakarasu by using the Yatakarasu's key as evidence, and that he would bring it with him. Which is why I thought to use a knife portion. With a weapon as well designed as this, no one would be the wiser. Because one
Because who in their right mind would think something like this could be a weapon? I casually entered lobby number 2 on the pretext that I would have to talk with Mr. Faraday. And in order to get in with him, I pretended to be worried about something. He then let me hold the Yatagarasu key, just like that. He never noticed I had changed the key into a knife inside the plastic bag. And he didn't have the chance to take note of the knife that took his life. How could you kill him? I knew him for a long time, you know. At the very least, I thought to give him a quick and painless death. But if you killed Mr. Faraday first, there was no need for you to kill Mr. Well as well. I believe I mentioned why when we were placed into Detective Gumshoe under arrest. Something about having accidentally created an eyewitness. And how that led the killer to think about setting them up as though they'd killed each other. Then the trick with the surveillance tape. Yes, I accidentally planned to use... I hadn't actually planned to use the gun. The risk was too high and I'd be caught. However, that's when I remembered the existence of that surveillance tape. Which is why I had Rel help me set up the crime scene. And after all was said and done, I rewarded him for his hard work with a bullet. You're a defense attorney, aren't you? How could you betray a client? Client? If you want to talk about who was the client and a client of whose first, it was me. I was the client of in the murder of the Codepian Embassy staff member, Dead Man. You ordered a hit job. Still haven't figured it out, Mr. Bad. I had Dead Man killed because he was about to give away info about the smuggling ring. Now, who exactly do you think would benefit from such an assassination? It can't be. You're... That's right. I'm a member of the smuggling ring. How could this... You don't mean you're working with Manny Cochin too, do you? Maybe not. Guess you'll never know. The Yatagarasu claims to be noble, but you're just another cold-blooded murderer. That's right, little girl. The Yatagarasu is another killer. Be quiet, you. Yatagarasu. You can run from the law, but you'll never escape it. So just humbly accept the judgment of this court. Hey, Edgeworth. Did you know the Yatagarasu has 3 legs? So you know why? Do you know why that is? No? Well, let me tell you. It means that the Yatagarasu has more than one razor-sharp way to do her work. Wonderful. Really are too naive, Edgeworth. You even handed the Yatagarasu's key right to me without a second thought. Everything may not have gone according to plan, but I'll still gladly take it. You mean the key was your real target? Even after I gave you such advice. Didn't I tell you to always keep a good eye on a criminal? Or you may regret what comes of your negligence. You two get down! My body, I can't move. Hey, mister! You're right. You! Are you all right, Francisca? Perfectly fine, Miles. Her voice is shaking. But it looks like she's unharmed. Where did Kay go? That's a gunshot.
Sorry. But it looks like she got away. I'll call the precinct. They should have a perimeter set up soon. Detective Bad, are you alright? I heard a gunshot. Okay. Just got another hole in the jacket. They say he's fine, but he looks quite shaken. But more importantly, boy, I mean, Mr. Edgeworth, Miss Funkama, are you two hurt? I'm absolutely fine. I'm also alright. Thanks to Kay. Speaking of Kay, where is she? I don't know. She just sort of disappeared? I'll go look for her. Oh, and hey, Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir! Detective Bad, sir! I'm sorry, I doubted you. Don't worry, sir. It's not your fault. Well, I lied to you guys too, after all. Heard about what happened. Okay. Lying about while giving testimony is still unforgivable. But in this case, you were protecting Kay and her feelings. It's like you just might have what it takes to be a real detective. Now, don't you ever lose that detective spirit, okay? You got it, Pops! Pops? Well, watched one too many detective dramas recently, have you? We just single-handedly destroy that cheery atmosphere with one smug comment. I should get back to the investigation. I swear, I'll catch you if it's the last thing I do. Be careful, Detective Bad, and take care. Thanks. Well, I'm off. Maybe we'll run into each other again someday. So... Thanks a bunch, pal. You're the best! You really did find the truth behind everything. Yes, well, I'm glad we solved everything before you were taken to prison. I can't believe how much trouble I caused you with my testimony, Detective Gumshoe. That's no problem, really! I mean, I lied too, so it didn't help anything. It's really not your fault, Your Honor. Well, even if we didn't have his honest testimony, I think that lawyer would have found another way to get you convicted on her behalf. Yeah, can't believe I was about to get fired during my first week as a detective. Well, as long as you're not fired, you should work hard to give all that you have and perform your duties well. Oh, and one more thing. Kay left a present for you with me. She did? Oh, what is it?
Take that!
It's the courthouse special Swiss roll. Can I really have it? Yes, it's a present meant for you, after all. Thanks a bunch. You have no idea how happy this makes me now. I'm gonna eat this right now. Sure, go ahead. Swiss rolls Detective Gumshoe and Kay brought together. While the one Kay saved never reached her father, it would appear that her sentiments have touched the heart of this detective. He's so happy, it's as though he's having a welcome back celebration of his own. Well, I was asked by Kay to give it to him. Whoop! That was good, pal. I can't believe I got to eat 2 of these delicious things in one day. It's like I'm in Swiss roll paradise or something. I gotta thank Kay myself. Hey, wait, where is she? He only noticed just now? Why was his mind not present when we discussed her earlier? A Detective Bad left to search for her earlier. Maybe you should go join him. Yeah, you betcha, pal. I'm gonna go help him. Oh, but first. You know what, pal? Actually, I guess I shouldn't be so rude to you anymore, huh?
I'm gonna stick right by your side from now on, Mr. Edgeworth, sir.
I sense nothing but a most troublesome relationship from that ominous statement. We should go to home too, Miles. We have to hurry and report what happened to Papa. Agreed. Well, I'm afraid we must be going now, Detective.
Roger, sir! And don't you worry, I'll investigate the next case. We're on real swell.
I'll, be counting on you. The scent of trouble is definitely in the air. Thus, like a bad dream, my first outing at court came to a disturbing end. A few months later, I was finally able to properly stand in court as a prosecutor. But the detective in charge of the investigation was, as I dreaded, Detective Gumshoe. And after that, he became my direct subordinate. I have tried, but words fail to describe the immeasurable suffering it has caused. But I suppose that's just how things are. As for the little girl who suddenly disappeared, she's now...
So,
do you remember me now? Yes, I remember everything. Okay, it's been a while.
hey! You sure grew up a lot.
Of course!
But thank goodness, I thought you two totally forgotten about me. You know, I was really worried about you after all that. Where have you been all this time? Come here, I didn't know you cared.
After my father died, I went to go live with my mother's relatives.
They lived far away, so I wasn't really able to come back here all that much. Oh, so that's what happened. Well, I'm just glad you're all right. So, does it all make sense now? You betcha it does. Oh, and you know what? I was going through my father's bookshelves recently.
Hold it!
Makes you think the parts where everyone's standing around makes you think of old Flash MMOs. I do kind of get it, yeah. It's a cute art style they chose for this game. I kind of like it.
Actually, there are still a number of things that don't make sense, Kay.
Huh?
First of all, why did you come all this way to see me? And second, why are you calling yourself the Yatagarasu? The Yatagarasu is Callisto you, the woman who killed your father. No, you're wrong. The real Yatagarasu was my father.
Mr. Faraday was the Yatagarasu? Like I said, I was going through my father's bookshelf recently, and I found a secret diary hidden among his books. I have no regrets in choosing to walk the path of the Yatagarasu. That was written in his diary. That's how I know for sure.
But that's impossible. What's that look on your face? You don't believe me? It wasn't just the expression on my face. I clearly said it was impossible just now.
Alright then, how about you explain this?
It's a way of disarming any security system of the user's choosing?
Yep, that's Little Thief. Truth be told, this is the Yatagarasu's greatest secret. And this little gizmo was used by my father. Wow, Mr. Faraday wasn't just a great prosecutor, he was a really great thief, huh? Yeah, my father worked really hard to steal the truth, but he was killed, and the Yatagarasu was no more. But despite that, the Yatagarasu has been spotted again recently.
Someone other than you.
Here, Mr. Edgeworth.
The Yatagarasu sent the embassy a calling card.
Yeah, meaning this person's a fake. I'm almost certain that Callisto you ladies behind this. Because the real Yatagarasu would never send something like a gaudy card out.
But the Yatagarasu did send a white card along with anything to be publicized. That's what Detective Bad told me 7 years ago, if memory serves. Well, as soon as I heard the news, I got all wound up and knew I couldn't just let it go. So I searched you out, so that I could obtain the truth behind the Yatagarasu. Because if anyone can help me find it, I figured it was you, Mr. Edgeworth. So you're saying that I have your father's and Missy Yu's identities backwards? Yes, because the real Yatagarasu is noble to the end. And I want to revive the real noble Yatagarasu. If I don't, my father will never be able to rest in peace. Okay. Okay. You're so honorable. I don't care what anyone else thinks. I'll always be here to cheer you on, pal. Even if you are honorable, a thief is a thief. And if you're plotting to commit a crime, then I'm afraid I can't be complicit. Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, you guys are not making it easy for me. Who am I supposed to support now? Mr. Edgeworth, what I want from you is not to steal something. What I want is the arrest of that evil woman. The evil woman? You mean Callisto Yu? I think it's too hard for me to catch her all by myself. But I thought that since you were able to expose her for who she is, and maybe... Please, Mr. Edgeworth, won't you help me? Come to think of it, I do believe I owe you. Huh? Owe me for what? When Miss Yu made her escape, it was you who saved my life. Furthermore, you helped me with the investigation today. I am not so rude as to leave favors unrepaid. Then you mean... Yes. That case has been weighing down my soul ever since that fateful day. Perhaps the time has come to settle things once and for all. If you don't intend to sully your hands in a crime, then I believe I can help you. Mr. Edgeworth, thank you! Yay, Mr. Edgeworth, sir! Isn't that great, Kay? Yeah, it sure is, Gummy. Even though he had completely forgotten about her until just now. Ugh. What is with their chummy relationship? The great thief Yatagarasu. After all that time, the true identity of the thief sank back into the darkness. Brian Faraday, Callisto Yu, and Kay Faraday. The phantasmagorically changing identity of the great Yatagarasu. Great word, by the way. And the Yatagarasu's real goal. It would all come to light the day after I made that promise to Kay. Yay! We did it, guys. We did it, guys. I'm so cool and stuff. Episode 4, yay!
Long time no see.
Oh my god, Una. Thanks, Una. Hi, Pug. Hi, Una. Actually, I was ending. I was gonna end, but hi, guys. Glad you're here. Glad to see you all. Hi readers. I was gonna end, so, yeah, hang on, I can't just send you somewhere else right away. I meant to, like, give you an outro and stuff. Hi Una, how are you? How are things? Are you doing good? How's your stream? What were you doing? What were you doing? Oh. You were playing... Okay, I'm not reading that. You were doing your more VTuber model art. So what you mean is you were doing a just chatting stream. Okay, that makes sense. That's good. That's good. Things are going well for you then. That's amazing. I'm so excited for your new VTuber model. I can't wait to see how it goes. You're crying and screaming in pain, just like me! Just like me now. You and me both, Una.
You and me both. Oh. We have us here on my cool channel. We were having a good day too. Non-stop investigation work. It was great. I felt so smart. I was so smart. I was so smart today, Una. Like the smartest guy in the whole world. Oh man. Oh man, I can't wait. I can't wait. Ooh. Hey, I know that guy. I've seen that guy before. That one-time guy. Is it weird seeing the sprites from these angles? No, not really. I really like it. It's really cute. I like it. I like it. Everyone looks so good. Oh, the art's amazing. The art is so good. I love them all. I love everyone. Catches you off guard? Yeah, but I'm cool and resilient to that stuff. So, you know, I'm cool like that. Anyway, I need to go to the shops, for my dearest mother. Once again, it's the main thing that I do. So, thank you guys for hanging out with me. I had fun. I had fun, you guys had fun, we all had fun here. Don't forget the cheese. Exactly! I'm gonna be going to buy cheese again! How did you know, Una? How did you know I needed more cheese? But, quick little thing. I'm not streaming on Wednesday. I have some things I need to do on Wednesday. I will do a different stream on a different day. I just haven't decided what day yet. Yes, the cheese is always in low supply, I know. But yeah, so I will do a different stream this week. I'll make sure I'll make sure I actually do a third stream this week, because I planned to earlier and then I with last week, but then I didn't. But this week I promise. This week I promise. We'll be doing more of this, so we should be able to finish this game next week, and then we can start second investigations. And then, can you guys believe it? We'll be done with Ace Attorney. We're getting closer every day. I can feel it. Bye-bye, guys. You're so cool. I love you all. Bye-bye.